Hello, everyone. How you doing? Been a while. Good to see you. I'm back. How's everybody been? Richard Borba, first one here. Be a little late. That's okay. Much love. How you doing, Lou? Keyboard Warrior. Buried. I have a 20-minute video from middle of the night. Wake up. Record this dream. It's not me telling my dream. It's from 1945, description of how non-political takeover works plus mass. All right, we'll check it out. Buried Axe Blade. How you doing? Blind Straight, Radical Ralph, Sam Law. Hello, how you doing? Been a long time, I know. Stephanie Martin saying hey y'all. Thanks, Stephanie. I'm glad to be back. Got caught up on a lot of things. YouTube gave me a week off, couldn't upload any videos, couldn't do any live streams. And I ended up taking an extra day or two just catching up on priorities. Plus, I got my shed built. Out to show some pictures. Chrissy Chickpool, hello. Busy, still listening for a bit. Good to see you, Chrissy. Good to see everybody. All right, let me see if I remember how to do this. All right, I will drop. Oh, what happened? I'll drop the link. What happened? Okay, here we go. Okay, I'm going to drop the link in the chat if anyone wants to come up. And it's not letting me. What the heck? Hold on. Try it over here. There we go. Oh, I built the shed, plus I had some other project I had to do. I put down, I replaced the floor and put down laminate floor. I did some roofing, quite a bit of painting. I still got some tar on me. How you doing, Gerald Gaming Nation? Happy Monday. Yeah, plus, just taking care of things. Community guideline strike. That's all right. It is what it is. All right. If anyone has any links that they want to share, drop them in the chat now or send them to my email, truthseeker_. Let me see. I'll just put it in here. Okay. You send links either to my email or drop them in a chat. I won't let you post questions. That's okay. It wouldn't let me drop the link either for the invite. But anyway, I've got plenty of items up here on the screen already to play. But I'll give you a minute if you want to drop some links to add to it. So what's everybody been up to? Garden's doing awesome, Sam. Thank you. Maybe I'll do a quick video of the garden tomorrow, as well as the shed I did. A lot of stuff going on. A lot of stuff going on. Yeah, I didn't download the pictures I took today, so I'll just get some more tomorrow and download them. Maybe make a little video. But I guess we'll start out. What? Oh. We're gonna start off with this. Daryl's Gaming Nation. I just started a new channel, The Intersection of Insanity. That sounds interesting. I have to get ready to sell, put 2 new bathrooms. Okay. Hey Tammy, how you doing? Good to see you. Okay, I guess we'll start with this one. I have so many to choose from. As you see at the top of my screen here, I got plenty of links already open. AI China coming to a city near you. We all know what's coming.
红色是表示你的专注力显示的很高。
Teachers at this primary school in China
蓝色是走神了。
know exactly when someone isn't paying attention.
白色就是你可能跟网络还没有连接好。
These headbands measure each student's level of concentration. The information is then directly sent to the teacher's computer and to parents. China has big plans to become a global leader in artificial intelligence. It has enabled a cashless economy where people make purchases with their faces. A giant network of surveillance cameras with facial recognition helps police monitor citizens. Meanwhile, some schools offer glimpses of what the future of high-tech education in the country might look like. Classrooms have robots that analyze students' health and engagement levels. Students wear uniforms with chips that track their locations. There are even surveillance cameras that monitor how often students check their phones or yawn during classes. These gadgets have alarmed Chinese netizens. But schools say it wasn't hard for them getting parental consent to enroll kids into what is one of the world's largest experiments in AI education. A program that's supposed to boost students' grades while also feeding powerful algorithms.
为了就是国家的这个研究呀、发展呀，我觉得是没有问题。
The government has poured billions of dollars into the project, bringing together tech giants, startups, and schools. We got exclusive access to a primary school a few hours outside of Shanghai.
同学们早上好。
To see firsthand how AI tech is being used in the classroom. For this 5th grade class, the day begins with putting on a brainwave sensing gadget. Students then practice meditating.
现在想象我们眉心有一点柔和的光芒绽放。
The device is made in China and has 3 electrodes, 2 behind the ears and 1 on the forehead. These sensors pick up electrical signals sent by neurons in the brain. The neural data is then sent in real time to the teacher's computer. So while students are solving math problems, a teacher can quickly find out who's paying attention and who's not.
说明这段时间他是有点在那走神的。
A report is then generated that shows how well the class was paying attention. It even details each student's concentration level at 10-minute intervals. It's then sent to a chat group for parents.
就是他可以看到每个人的评分。
The reports are detailed, but whether these devices really work and what they exactly measure isn't as clear. We were curious if the headbands could actually measure concentration, so one of our reporters tried on the device.
但我没有感觉自己特别集中。
This is a new technology with still fairly little research behind it.
Theodore Zanto is a neuroscientist at the University of California, San Francisco. He was surprised to learn that this tech, called electroencephalography, also known as EEG, is being used in the classroom on children. It's usually used by doctors in hospitals and labs.
EEG is very susceptible to artifacts. And so if you are itchy or just a little fidgety, or the EEG wasn't set up properly so that the electrodes didn't have a good contact, affects signal.
Despite the chances for false readings, teachers told us the headbands have forced students to become more disciplined.
上课回答我的问题，就是他们的声音会比平常更响亮。
Teachers say the students now pay better attention during class, and that has made them study harder and achieve higher scores.
上课认真听讲，作业做的基本上是全对的。
But not all students are as enthusiastic.
就是自己很脑子脑筋空，我感觉这里有个紧的。
This fifth grader, whom we caught dozing off in class, told us his parents punish him for low attention scores. And that kind of data adds a new kind of pressure for students.
你想啊，如果在一次考试全班人都考了95分以上，就你考了一个85，你会不会感觉你有一种
Companies we interviewed said the data can go to government-funded research projects. We spoke to parents who were unclear about where the data ended up, and they didn't seem to care too much. Zanto says there's likely no privacy protection at all.
In a classroom, if you're trying to make an assessment of an individual student, you really can't anonymize it.
Experts and citizens alike are sounding alarms about various aspects of the country's huge push into artificial intelligence. These classrooms are laboratories for future generations. And while these new tools may potentially help some 200 million students raise their grades, just how this all works out won't be apparent until they become adult citizens.
Is that crazy or what? That's absolutely insane. I'll drop the link to that in the chat. Ridiculous. Dirty Skies, hello. Tammy A, Jesse T, everyone that came in. If I missed you, hello. Good to see you here. Stephanie, Debbie Carson, Samla. Here's the link to that video I just played. Unbelievable. Angie Art, hey, how you doing? Good to see you. Got Angie Art and Craft. Good morning from Malaysia. Mustana. Yeah, Grow Glue. Debbie. No eyes has seen, no ear has heard. Hello, how you doing? Angie giving a shout out to everybody. Well, that's the future, right? That's what's coming. Good. I'm glad you're okay. Hope everyone's okay. Let me see. I'll put that up there when I get to the next video. I'll save that. That's from Skywatcher Footage. Good channel. Just had to leave him a little comment. So you got a choice for your own message, your own comment, buried exploit? That's weird. Okay, no Yassine. I'll check my email. I didn't get a choice. I don't know. That's weird. All right, let's check my email real quick. Be right with you in just one moment. Okay, I got it. Thank you for the link, and I will get to it. Right now, I got this one here already lined up. It's okay, Tammy. Hope everyone's doing well in there. Your wrench is broken? What? Hold on a second. What's going on? Is it the internet? What's going on? Dirty skies. What's my with your wrench? Hey, Darlene, how you doing? I see a wrench. I don't know why you don't have one. You have one, Dirty Skies. Come on.
When it comes to monitoring, sometimes there's government agents.
All right, this is paid millions to target anti-vaxxers. You know, like we're always talking about. I don't want the vaccine. I know it's in the vaccine. I've done my own research on it, and I don't want it personally. I don't know about you guys, but they can kiss my, yeah. Anyway, they are tracking people who do not want to get it. You didn't get an option though? Oh, I hear you. I guess it depends on, you have to write a message where it's a questionable question. Let's see what they got to say.
Sometimes there's private agencies, maybe funded by government bodies, or maybe funded by the pharmaceutical industry. And one of these monitoring agencies, or a group that has come together, is very, very oddly specific. They are tracking all
Hey, Lou.
of the social media regarding discussions about vaccine hesitancy. Who are they doing it for? What are they doing it for? Who's funding them?
Yeah.
Well, if you want to know what I'm talking about, then maybe I will have to reference you to this ad by Vector that you may have seen.
Vaccine hesitancy, a critical problem. It identifies and tracks us. Project VCTR applies public health monitoring to determine real-time knowledge, attitudes, and behaviors of the public. It's good to see you too, Lou. How you doing? Oh, we know that they keep track of every text, every email, every phone conversation. Hey, Fern. Saying transmission of vaccine misinformation. So we're not supposed to be questioning the narrative.
put me into a trance. I'm not sure they're accomplishing what they want by putting everyone to sleep, but clearly we now have a group. Project Vector is tracking those of us that are questioning the safety of vaccines, which I guess they're describing as misinformation. We did a little bit of research actually in this group. There's more and more, murmurings about who is Project Vector, what's it up to. It looks like they're trying to supply information to investigative reporters and different medical people and systems to figure out how to shift the clearly growing movement. You, the people, smart, intelligent people that are now asking the right questions about safety. How are things tested? Why
Captain
can't
Tom.
with a vax versus unvax study that vaccines make you healthier? Behind, though, Project Vector is a guy named Joe Weiser. There's a few videos out there. One where he gives a huge presentation about Project Vector. Obviously, I think, out there trying to raise money for his group. And then he did a Q&A. So you'll see a couple of those videos. But first, I want to just let Joe describe what Project Vector is in his own words. Take a look at this.
Project Vector was set up specifically for vaccine misinformation. Project Vector, at the moment, PGP, Public Good Projects, is the only organization in the United States that monitors continuously, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, every day of the year, vaccine misinformation. And what we do every day is large-scale behavior change programs for public health. So we monitor all data from publicly available media sources. So any social media data we can get our hands on, but also television, like broadcast news, print, so newspapers and magazines, pretty much every website, just anything we can purchase and analyze using big data techniques. It's what do we do with them once we find them? That's the real question that we're faced with.
Why are we losing? Why are the vaccine safety people losing so badly?
I think we need a really, really dramatic change in our tactics. We don't know what we're doing. We need help. We need dramatic changes in strategies and tactics. It has not plateaued and things are getting worse. And I don't think we can solve this problem without acknowledging that things are getting worse every day. They're not getting better.
You do need help. In fact, it was really ironic. So, this thing goes on for like an hour or so, but the gist of it is essentially we can't just rely upon the millions of dollars funneled into brainwashing through media on CNN and MSNBC and Fox. That's not getting the job done. We've got to start reaching out to the people and let the people fight for the truth about vaccines and the information there. But Joe, honestly, one of your big issues is why is the message of vaccine hesitancy spreading so rigorously across the internet? I guess you didn't get the memo. You didn't get the memo from the World Health Organization meeting last December in Geneva, Switzerland, where Heidi Larson had something to say about the vaccine misinformation. You might find this interesting while you do your incredible deep dive in how to make a difference in this world. Joe, take a look at this.
I spend a lot of time talking, particularly in the last 6 months, with tech companies, Facebook, WhatsApp, Pulsar, Twitter, Instagram, WeChat, Weibo. They have a lot of fingers pointing at them to fix the misinformation problem. But it's not so simple. One, the biggest problem is a lot of it's not misinformation. Our problem is, as we've heard in the last 48 hours, that there's not anything 100%. And what actually can legally, without creating a censorship thing, can we absolutely say this is misinformation? We have a lot of ambiguity in the safety field, and we have to come to terms with that. So we have to think about it differently than deleting misinformation, but building trust so people are willing to put up with a certain amount of risk because they believe in it enough. They believe in our work, what we're doing, and that it's in their interest.
You see, Joe, from the beginning, you're going to have to recognize what battle you're fighting here. much like I had, earlier on this show, Andrew Kaufman, who was discussing that we don't even know what this virus is or where it came from or the particle it was in. So we may not even be looking for the right thing. Clearly, you're fighting the wrong battle if you're already calling it misinformation, because the truth is, as Heidi Larson said, it's not misinformation. It is a fact that vaccines were not tested against placebos. That's just a fact. It is a fact that we just won a lawsuit, the Informed Consent Action Network, that's the nonprofit that supports the Highwire. We won a lawsuit against the CDC where they essentially were asked, prove to us vaccines don't cause autism, specifically in the first 6 vaccines given in the first 6 months of life. And they could not provide a single study that referenced those 6 vaccines. Well, there was one study that proved our point by the Institute of Medicine saying that there are no studies that show that DTaP does or does not cause autism. There just are no studies. Hasn't been studied. So these are the problems you're going to have, Joe, and you're really off on the wrong foot if you're trying to attack an invisible enemy on the wrong battlefield. The battlefield is truth. As Heidi Larson said, your job is going to actually, how do you sell the fact that some people do die from vaccines, some people do get injured. We have very little data to know how many that is, but let's put a big bow on it. You got to work on the bow tying part of this, Joe. But anyway, while you were looking into this, and obviously I hope you're watching this since we did make your top 10, I'm assuming that, and you know that we reached out to Joe, everyone should know this, we reached out to Joe Miser, asked him if he wanted to come on the show. Surprisingly, we haven't gotten a response yet, but let's just show you some of the lists. Maybe you're on it, maybe you're not. Take a look at this.
There are fewer than 200 leaders, verified leaders of the anti-vax movement in the United States, and yet they have an incredibly disproportionate influence.
If you shut down the accounts of those 200 individuals, that's not stopping vaccine opposition. It is an enormous movement, and it can feel impossible to wrap your head around it or do anything about it or address it. It's a lot of it is outside of the domain of the comfort level of people in public health. But if you've decided as a society that that the only people who get to talk about vaccines being safe and effective is public health, well, then that sets you up for an enormous problem. Here are the top authors on Twitter that create over 60% of all misinformation about vaccines.
Well, there you have it. If we just bring up that list, we're striving for number 1, but here is the Twitter account, twitter.com, right there at the bottom, number 10, Highwire Talk, coming in, right behind Rob Schneider. Look out, Rob, we're coming after you. But of course, this doesn't account for the millions of you that are currently watching the show around the world on Facebook here or YouTube or our own website, thehighwire.com. But we're proud. We're proud to have made the top 10. I'm still waiting for the, I guess, is it a trophy coming in the mail, a medal, something like that? I'm assuming it should be here any day. It's fascinating, isn't it? Listen to what they're saying, though, and listen to what they're up against. Even if you got rid of the top 200, influences or sites of which I guess we're in the top 10, he says it won't make a difference. It won't stop it because this is an enormous movement. Can you say it? Hashtag winning. Woo! We're on top of the world here, and clearly, as we keep showing you over the last several years, more and more reporting, whether it's the WHO having an entire
unbelievable
week to discuss this, or Joe Smizer, creating Project Vector to try and track all of this. No one knows what to do, and believe me, there is a lot of funding trying to figure this all out. And honestly, I don't understand what the deal is, right? I mean, you don't really, it's not hard to track. All you have to do is come to the Highwire, and I say everything we think here on the Highwire, everything we think about science and all the peer-reviewed science that backs up our point. Meanwhile, you can track us, or you can just tune in the Highwire and watch what we're doing. But let's look at some money, right? I mean, whenever we look at these things, we try to understand what's happening in this COVID-19 pandemic. Who's behind all of this? You obviously got to see who can fund it, what's going on here. We did just a slight dive into Project Vector. So let me just take you on a little ride here of what's really or who or, it is behind this. Take a look at this. If you go to the site Project Vector,
Okay, Bird.
the project is a collaboration of the public good projects. You hear him reference PGP and the New York State Health Foundation. We were curious about that. What is the New York State Health Foundation? Well, when you go to the New York State Health Foundation, it says in our history, our roots are in insurance. New York State Health was established as a private foundation to receive the charitable funds resulting from the conversion of Empire Blue Cross Blue Shield from a nonprofit organization to a for-profit corporation since beginning operations in 2006. Well, if you look at the money brought in by this foundation, it's quite gigantic. New York State Health Foundation, here are the financial statements from 2018 and 2017. And what you will see is 2017, $304 million they brought in from their donor base. 2018, a slight drop. I guess they've dropped the ball a little bit. They only brought, including assets, of course, right? And and then in 2018, it's dropped down to 272,984,000. That's a lot of money, folks. It's a lot of money to do these jobs of tracking people and figure out where you are and figuring out how to stop you. It's a really weird time in health, isn't it? Where you're being tracked, and how do we silence people from having open conversations about their health? Well, to try and get an understanding of how they perceive us and how they perceive themselves and the finances that are behind all sides of this, take a look at what Joe had to say.
The funding is difficult to determine. Almost all these groups fundraise, so there are open calls for funding. There are some wealthy business people. Leaders in this movement get speaking fees. Documentaries are made, and in some cases you pay to view the documentary. Funding wise, it's more disparate and disconnected than public health. We spend many, many millions of dollars a year promoting vaccines. So there's actually much more funding on the side of vaccines. They're a true grassroots movement. They're just like every grassroots movement. They're trying to raise money any way they can. We still don't really understand where a lot of this funding comes from because it's so grassroots.
It's a true grassroots movement. We spend millions and millions of dollars on the pharma side trying to promote the idea that vaccines are awesome, even though they've never been tested for safety. But we really don't know where the funding is coming from. It's like total, true, real grassroots, meaning you. But let's be clear. Joe Smizer wants you to stop supporting the high wire, to stop supporting the legal efforts at ICanDecide.org. Because the millions that pharma is spending and the millions that the New York State, whatever the heck it was called, is spending through PGP and Project Vector is not getting the job done. And frankly, folks, they're admitting it, right? They are going to pour more and more and more millions into trying to thwart us in every state, in every country around the world. And we, the grassroots, you, the people, are the only thing that stands in their way. So I want to point out that we work hard to make it to this top 10 spot. Hopefully one day we'll be at the #1 spot. But clearly we are on the radar, and you have made that possible. And though I honestly, when you watch this video and you watch Joe Smizer sitting on his couch like he's sitting in a dorm room somewhere, I'm not quite sure how talented this guy is, and I don't get a sense that he has a very deep understanding, even though he seems to be selling himself in a really big way to whoever is paying him. What I would love to see you do right now is, can we use Project Vector in this moment right now, and Joe Smizer calling you grassroots people out as something that must be stopped? Can we make this like the biggest fundraising video that's ever been put out? I think that'd be really awesome. You want to spite Joe Smizer, you want to really give it to the insurance companies and the $200 or $300 million they're bringing in a year to try and stop you. Let's show them that the more you fight us, the bigger we become, which is exactly what Senator Richard Pan did to us back in California. Just go to ICanDecide.org, push on the donate button, and become a recurring donor right now. We're asking for $20 for 2020. You can donate it to the legal fund and all the legal work. We've got lawsuits in New York State right now. We're working on lawsuits going to the International Criminal Court, all sorts of great stuff, not including this amazing show that brings you the truth every single week and great interviews like the one we just did with Dr. Andrew.
All right, I'm going to drop the link to that video in the chat. I didn't check out that donation thing. I don't know. Very skeptical about donation, but if it's for the cause like that, and it's legit, absolutely. Okay, here's the link to the video I was just playing. And let me grab that link. Okay, 5:15 of 1421. All right, now let's play it now. Buried Axe Blade. Let's see what we got here. So, yeah, it is definitely. We gotta get everybody to take off these masks. It's just making them more sick. Dr. Evils, how you doing? Good to see you. Here's a video from Buried Axe Blade. Let's see what he's got for us.
The body or to submit it to the touch of a stranger without lawful authority is an indignity, an assault, and a trespass. End quote. Fairly strong statement. We could look, for example, to Schundorf v. Society of New York Hospital from 1914, a case in which, in 1908, a patient was admitted to the hospital with stomach pains. A lump was discovered, and the doctors informed the patient that a further examination was going to be required in order to determine the nature of that lump. The patient consented to that etherized examination, but specifically forbade any surgery to take place during the examination. But while they had her under, a lump was discovered and surgically removed. Now, the patient did develop gangrene and had to have fingers amputated after the surgery. So she did sue the hospital and won, with the court deciding that, quote, in the case at hand, the wrong complained of is not merely negligence, it is trespass. Every human being of adult ears and sound mind has a right to determine what shall be done with his own body, and a surgeon who performs an operation without his patient's consent commits an assault for which he is liable in damages. We don't have to go back into the mists of time for these examples either. We can look to more recent cases. For example, Cruzon v. Director, Missouri Department of Health from 1990, a case in which the U.S. Supreme Court heard arguments revolving around the withdrawal of life-saving medical care and ultimately upheld that, quote, the logical corollary of the doctrine of informed consent is that the patient generally possesses the right not to consent, that is, to refuse treatment, end quote. Now, again, we could find, I'm sure, many, many more examples in U.S. case law and in the case law of many other jurisdictions around the world, but I think the point is made. There are some very strong statements here about bodily autonomy, about the right, the freedom from trespass by others into one's own body for the purposes of medical treatment or otherwise. But you will note that many of these examples contain embedded weasel words of various sorts. Generally possesses the right, or you'll often see statements about emergency situations, or as authorized by law, or in the interest of the public good, public health, something along those lines embedded in these decisions. And that largely stems from another decision that looms large in the legal history of this abrogation of the bodily autonomy that we're talking about here, namely Jacobson v. Massachusetts.
In 1904, a Lutheran minister, Swedish immigrant Henning Jacobson, objected to a Cambridge, Massachusetts Board of Health law requiring all adults to get a second smallpox vaccination or pay a $5 fine. Pastor Jacobson and his son had suffered severe reactions to previous smallpox vaccinations, and he logically argued that genetic predisposition placed him at higher risk for dying or being injured if he was revaccinated. He correctly concluded that smallpox vaccine ingredients were toxic and often caused injury and even death, and that medical doctors were unable to predict who would be harmed. He made the legal and ethical argument that being required to get revaccinated was an assault on his person and a violation of his 14th Amendment right to liberty and equal protection under the law. But the attorneys representing medical doctors persuaded judges in the state court that Jacobson did not know what he was talking about and ruled against him. Instead of simply paying a $5 fine, Jacobson appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court. It was a mistake that led to one of the most unethical and dangerous legal decisions in American jurisprudence. In a split decision with one dissenting vote, the court majority, including Oliver Wendell Holmes, said that citizens do not have the right under the U.S. Constitution to be free at all times because there are, quote, manifold restraints to which every person is necessarily subjected for the common good. They said that state legislatures have the constitutional authority to enact compulsory vaccination laws and exercise police power to restrict or eliminate liberty during smallpox epidemics to, quote, secure the general comfort, health, and prosperity of the state. The judges dismissed Jacobson's concern about being genetically susceptible to vaccine harm. Instead, they chose to incorrectly affirm the infallibility of doctors by making this ignorant statement, quote, the matured opinions of medical men everywhere and the experience of mankind, as all must know, negative the suggestion that it is not possible in any case to determine whether vaccination is safe. Comparing compulsory smallpox vaccination of adults with the military draft in times of war, the judges declared that a citizen, quote, may be compelled by force if need be, against his will and without regard to his personal wishes or his pecuniary interests or even his religious or political convictions, to take his place in the ranks of the army of his country and risk the chance of being shot down in its defense.
That was Barbara Lowe Fisher of the National Vaccine Information Center in a report entitled Forced Vaccination, The Tragic Legacy of Jacobson v. Massachusetts that the NVIC published back in 2016. And I think you'll agree with me that that presentation is probably even more relevant today than it was at that time. So I do exhort you to go and find the link in the show notes for today's episode and watch that full presentation, because I think it really is relevant and important, but I think you at least get the gist of the Jacobson v. Massachusetts case and its importance from just that clip that we watched there. But there are a few things that I want to note explicitly about this case. First, it is interesting, as Fisher notes, that the parallel was drawn explicitly by the court in its opinion between conscription and forced vaccination. If the government can presume to conscript your body into the military and then send it off to war and quite likely to die for your country, well, then surely it can force its citizenry to take a vaccine for the good of the country, can't it? And please note that in that parallel, it doesn't even matter, even if it were to be acknowledged that a significant portion of the population would likely suffer some sort of adverse reaction to this vaccination, or some would even die, because surely when people are conscripted into the military, some will die. That is that absolutely 100% known, and yet it continues to happen. So why can't we do that with forced vaccination? Well, conscription has changed in the US context over the years, but still, in the minds of many people, conscription is not on the same level as slavery, morally speaking, which is odd when you think about it. But most people don't think about it. And because they don't think about it, well, if we can conscript you, we can force vaccinate you. Yeah, same thing, right? Impeccable logic. Can't argue with that. Another important thing to note about this case is the fact that the court, I really do, I beseech you to go and read the actual opinion, read the case, because when you do, you will find that ultimately the court did not rule that Jacobson had to be strapped down and forcibly injected with the smallpox vaccine. No, it ruled that he was obligated to pay the $5 fine, which was the law that Massachusetts had enacted for vaccine refusers. Yeah, you can refuse to take the vaccine, but you have to pay a $5 fine. That was what the initial court case was about. He refused to pay the fine. So ultimately, he paid the $5 fine. That's what came out of that Supreme Court case. They did not strap anyone down and forcibly inject them with anything. That is not the case precedent that we're talking about here, despite the way it might be presented by people of, well, shall we say, not good intentions who talk about this case. And many people do talk about this case because, as it has been called in the past, this is one of the most important pieces of public health jurisprudence in U.S. history. It is cited constantly by courts. And one particular citation that the Supreme Court made to Jacobson v. Massachusetts that I hope my listeners will be familiar with because it was presented in Why Big Oil Conquered the World, is the Buck v. Bell decision written by Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes. You will, I hope, remember the story of Carrie Buck and her forcible sterilization at the hands of the state because she was mentally incapable. She was incompetent. She was an underclass and thus deserved sterilization, which was the opinion of the U.S. Supreme Court. That was Buck v. Bell. And guess what they cited to back up that decision? Guess what Oliver Wendell Holmes cited specifically? I'll read it with a little bit of the context here from his decision. We have seen more than once that the public welfare may call upon the best citizens for their lives. It would be strange if it could not call upon those who already sap the strength of the state for these lesser sacrifices, often not felt to be such by those concerned, in order to prevent our being swamped with incompetence. It is better for all the world if instead of waiting to execute degenerate offspring for crime, or let them starve for their imbecility, society can prevent those who are manifestly unfit from continuing their kind. The principle that sustains compulsory vaccination is broad enough to cover cutting the fallopian tubes. 3 generations of imbeciles are enough. Now, I'm willing to bet that if you know any quotations from any Supreme Court decision, you probably know 3 generations of imbeciles are enough, which of course was a lie. That was absolutely.
I'm gonna stop that video. And I'll drop the link again. This is from Buried Exploit. Thank you for sharing that. You know, we all know what's going on here. I'm pretty sure everyone here in this room knows what's going on. What their deal is. They're pushing the New World Order. They want to vaccinate everybody. Pushing their 5G, genetically modified food, spraying our skies. Yeah, now we're talking about silver. Yeah, and there's a there is a change shortage. Who's got the change? Who's been stashing all the change? It's unbelievable what they're getting away with. Alright, let me see something here. None of you's heard of Grandmaster Jay, really? This is crazy. Let me see. Let's see if I can pull up one of his older videos. If there's another Valentine's Day, you're right about that. I agree with that. Yep, the asteroid belt. Yep, there's just so much going on. It's crazy. We're gonna get hit with an asteroid. I've heard about that many times as well. I don't know. Anyone been digging in that rabbit hole? All right, here's one of the videos I want to show. Hold on a second. I got find another one. Lou, could you drop that link again? I've seen you drop a link before. Let me see. I wasn't planning on showing this, but I think seeing as no one's even knows about it, I'm gonna have to pull it up. It's crazy. Oop. Just give me a moment. Okay. All right, check this out. This is crazy. Oh, okay, Lou. Let me grab that as soon as you put it back in there for me. Shearing the sheep. All right, I'll play yours first, Lou, before I get into this other one, because this other one is pretty serious, and we'll be talking about it. I'm gonna try and get to everybody's links that was dropped in the chat or an email. Hey, Beck from Oz, how you doing? Warning, warning. September.
Small businesses were forced to close, but crowds to support the corporate money machine at Walmart, Lowe's, and Home Depot are okay. Come on, it's just a mask and safety precautions. How about a little hush money? Here's $2,400 that we stole out of your paycheck in the first place. Enjoy. Buy something with it from a big corporation. Cash is dirty. We can't give change. There's a coin shortage. Use your card. In 4 months, They convince you to use a traceable card for everything. In less than 4 months, government closed public schools, then restructured education under the guise of public safety. In less than 4 months, our government demonstrated how easily people assimilate to guidelines that have no scientific premise whatsoever when you are fearful. In less than 4 months, our government successfully instills fear in a majority of the population in America that allows them to control every aspect of your life, including what you eat, where you go, who you see, and your toilet paper. And the most dangerous and terrifying part, people are not afraid of the government who removed their freedom. They're afraid of their neighbors, family, and friends. And they hate those that won't comply. It's absolutely terrifying to me that so many people don't question authority. They are willing to surrender their critical thinking skills and independence. They just gave up.
Okay, back.
Without a fight. Do you know what's coming next? It's just a vaccine. Come on. It's for the greater good. Wait until you're told that you can't enter any store or business without proof of the COVID-19 vaccine. Wait until you can't go to public events or get on a plane without proof of receiving the vaccine. Don't think it's possible? Well, you already allowed the government to say when you can go outside, where you're allowed to go, and accepted a new unproven digital education for your kids in the last 100 days. You followed blindly because you were told to do so. You're kidding yourself. The mass behavior won't be repeated with a vaccine or whatever the next step is. I don't follow politics. I don't care about that stuff. I don't think about it. 6 million Jewish people were exterminated in Germany because 97% of the population cowered to populist control. Don't want to think about it. It's easier just to ignore it. But that couldn't happen here in America, right? They got you without a thought, without a fight. Just like France, just like Russia, just like China. Welcome, comrade.
Crazy. I was just gonna play that clown video too. I got it up here somewhere in one of these. Let me see. No, no, no. There it is. It's just a mask. All right. Thanks for that, Lou. Give you a quick. All right, let me see now. No, not that one. That one. Where'd it go? All right, hold on. I'm gonna have to find this. Okay, I found it already. If you haven't heard of this Grandmaster Jay, you really should see what's going on with this. Unbelievable. So much for the clowns. This is a NFAC leader, Grandmaster Jay. NFAC means not fucking around coalition. You're welcome, Lou, of course. Well, let me let him explain it. I don't want to take any words out of his mouth or say it wrong. Let's listen to what he's got to say. How you doing, Show Me Sasquatch? I didn't know RFB was down. He's using 2 now. I was down for a week. I'm back. Yeah, when I saw that, I was like, wow. All right, listen to this guy, see what he's talking about. I'll drop the link if anyone wants to come up and join me after we're done talking about this. This is pretty serious.
Y'all know I'm back on my morning mental. I've bid each and every one of you grand rising. To all of you who are newcomers to this
He's
site,
forming.
to all of you all.
This dude is not only forming, but has formed an army, and he's trying to get everybody worldwide. All blacks united worldwide. Every country worldwide. Why can't we do that? You know what I'm saying? I don't understand.
Who are first timers. This is what we do. It's called the morning mental. This is where I talk
Yeah.
about
Just serious shit.
put on my mind this morning. For all of the members who are faithful to the morning mental, I bid you a grand rising. I give the most praise to the Most High. For those of you all who are new, we're talking about Yahuwah in Hebrew. That is the name of the true God, and we give praise to him. I'm on my morning mental this morning, y'all, because I told y'all the last time I did a morning mental that the next time you see me, that we would demonstrate the power of Yahweh. I told y'all the last time you saw me that the 400 years was up. I told y'all, and I've been telling you for months. For those of you all who are just getting up on this is not new. You just found out about it. It's been coming for a while. So I'm on my morning mental this morning. And don't forget, this is going to be brought to you with heavy IG interruptions. This is the most interrupted stream on social media.
Hey, Richard.
Rising. I should begin by saying that I give all honor, all praise to all of my members of the NFAC. Those of you all who are brave enough to stand the post. Those of you all who turned out to be, you weren't keyboard cowards. You weren't telephone thugs. You weren't social media gangsters. You're real G's. And all of you all who came out, and yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. I came here this morning to salute, in fact.
It's quite possible, Beck.
Is to set the record straight. Yes, set the record straight. That's going to be our topic this morning. Set the record straight on a morning mental. I'm glad to be back in the house with you. I know a lot of you all have missed me. You were wondering if I was going to come back. And I told you that I had some business to take care of. And now that business has been handled, the message has been delivered. We are back in the morning mental. I want you all to understand, if you are in this room, this chat right now, that we have some rules up in here. Grand rising to you all. The rules are very simple, so you don't get your feelings hurt. Here, we don't give a damn about your feelings. We don't work like that. What we do is we deal in facts. So this is a pro-black channel. This is a pro-black page. If you are anything other than that, you're going to get your feelings hurt this morning. It's not on purpose that you got your nose in something you got nothing to do with. So instead of you leading like you should, you always want to stick your nose in our business. Hang around here and your feelings going to be jacked up before it's over. We represent, and we are the tip of the spear of the Most High. 400 years is up. A lot of y'all thought that's just stuff that was written. It's not. It's prophecy. Say what you want. Doesn't change the truth. Next. Let's set the record straight on the morning mental. You know, it says that Yahweh said that I will give you signs and wonders in the skies to mark the times. In the last days, I will pour out my spirit, and men and women and children begin to have visions and dreams, and they'll begin to prophesy. So they told you to watch the sky. Start off by setting the record straight on a few things. We got some problems. We got some things we need to handle in the house. So let's get down to it. First, when I talk about setting things straight, let us define what straight means. Straight means in a straight line, in an orderly fashion, in a progressive line. Things are aligned. Once things are aligned, then we can go to whatever it is that we need to do. So just so you all don't think that what you witnessed this weekend was some fluke that came out of nowhere, and for the rest of you all who are just trying to figure out what the hell happened, the 12 tribes of Israel stood up as they were supposed to, and you all saw just a piece of what's truly a surprise to our enemies. You see, you got to set the record straight. You have to understand if you have the power of the Creator behind you, then it's going to show, and it's going to show even more. So for those of y'all who think that what happened this weekend was, well, just haphazard, let me help you out. On July 4th, there was an alignment. I told you our formation is about being straight, being aligned. But there was another formation that lets you know that we were acting under the will of the Most High. The sun, the moon, and the earth were in perfect alignment when we did our formation. It caused an eclipse that you didn't see on this side of the planet if you're in America, but it created a shadow called the penumbra on the moon. But if you still don't think that was an alignment, then check this out. At the same time that we were doing the formation, and the earth and the sun and the moon were in alignment, every planet in the solar system was in a straight line.
All right, get to the
That's
point.
what you do. So I'm not surprised, but here's the problem, y'all. And I want to ask a question to everybody who's tuned in on the Morning Mental. Why is it that every time Black folks try to have something for themselves, to protect themselves, to enrich themselves, to educate themselves, to lift up themselves, to raise the racial esteem to as high as the personal esteem, why is it that every time we attempt to do that, y'all want to act like we're attacking y'all? I'm on my Morning Mental right now. You see, nobody defends the Black race. Nobody steps up for the Black race. When someone does something to someone of another nationality, there's a country that steps up for them. And they always look out for their people. When somebody does something to one of us, nobody steps up on our behalf. So we had to step up ourselves. And what I need y'all to understand is that if you stick your head in the sand on this one, you're gonna get left behind. Now I'm gonna talk to the white folks real quick because I know they're up on here. Look at here, y'all. You threatened us. You issued a threat against us. You asked for it. Don't play bitch now when what you asked for shows up. My mother always told me, you keep knocking on the devil's door, and sooner or later somebody's gonna answer. Now, I'm watching, and we're setting the record straight this morning. You all are acting like you got attacked. Oh, y'all acting like we came for y'all. Oh, y'all acting like we just showed up to start something. You threatened us. And I told you, we don't threaten and we don't scare. So we don't care to hear your threats. But since you made that threat, where we pulled up so you could make good on your threat. And don't y'all understand that every time you make a threat against us, after everything you've done to us, that's like being in an abusive relationship and you already done beat the person down, and then you threatening to beat them again, and you keep threatening to beat them again, and then you wonder why they boiled some hot ass water and threw it on your ass. I'm on my morning mental this morning, setting the record straight. I seen the stories in the media. Oh, the media said that we came out and we out to kill white people. No, let me set the record straight. For every action, there's an equally strong reaction. What we said, and I'm going to say it again, is what you keep doing to us, we're going to start doing to you. That's self-defense. We're not out to attack you, but apparently you can't stop attacking us. Apparently you can't stop shooting us for no reason. Apparently you can't stop lynching us. Apparently you can't stop raping us. Apparently it appears that you're the one that has a problem with attacking people worldwide. And you've even talked to other races doing it too. So don't play the victim of circumstances you created. Now, all of a sudden, it's a problem. When white folks is picking up guns and playing G.I. Joe and running around talking about, they got it right and we will not erase you and all of this, oh, it's okay because it's you. When the police got their knee in somebody's neck or shoot somebody in the back, and after they just done one or two things, oh, it's not an issue. We need to calm down. But when one of your people goes on a mass shooting, kill a bunch of kids, shoot people down in the library, throwing bombs and shit, you take them into custody and they need some psychiatric help. Oh, I'm on my morning mental. We setting the record straight. So to all you organizations out there who don't understand what's happening, let me help you out real quick. White folks, we're not thinking about you. We're thinking what we're going to do if you keep attacking us. Don't try to play victim. Second, we're not anti-Semitic or any of that bullshit. So stop trying to throw us in. Stop trying to pin us into one of your existing groups. I told you, we're like something you've never seen before. So stop trying to, let me explain something to y'all on the morning mental. Let me get him out my mode for a minute. Let me educate y'all real quick. There is a medical study that you can go look up yourself where they found out there are two types of people in this world. There's a gene that you have in your DNA that if something happens, you're going to do one of two things. You're either A, going to run toward the situation, or B, you're going to freeze. Here's why. And I'll tell you why I'm telling you this. The first thing is, let's say you see something that you've never seen before. If you have the first gene, you try to identify what it is. Your brain cannot process what it's seeing. So it's going through all of its files of everything in your memory. It's trying to identify. It's trying to, what is it? So you get stuck in this loop and you find yourself saying, what the hell is that? What the hell is that? What the hell? When your mind just can't find anything in its file that looks like it. So it goes into a spin. But the other gene is the gene where when you see something, your mind doesn't try to identify it. It responds to it. You know those people that when they see a car accident, they immediately got to stop and jump out and run across there and be a hero and pull the people out? You see, if you have the first gene, you're going to freeze. If you have the second gene, you're going to charge into the situation. A lot of y'all don't seem to understand that what white America, white society, and the white global elites are doing right now is their mind is spinning because they're trying to attach us to something. Well, maybe they're the Black Hebrew Israelites. No. Well, maybe they're the Black Panthers. No. Well, maybe they're BLM. No. Well, maybe your mind is caught. Because, see, you ain't never seen this before. So you're trying to identify, we're trying to stick us with something. Stop sticking us. We're not a part of none of that. I'm going to set the record straight this morning. We're none of them. They are them. They are them. I am that I am. Start a new file. We don't belong in no old file. So that means you're going to have to learn a new adversary. We're here to protect our people. We're here to protect our children. We're here to protect our women. We're here to protect
We should be standing
our
up.
community. We're here to protect our culture. We're not saying that you can't have yours, even though most of your shit is built off of ours. What we're saying to you is, you don't want to respect us as a people, and we're going to make you respect us. Y'all remember the movie Harlem Nights? Y'all remember the scene when Eddie Murphy was out back fighting Della Reese? Y'all remember what she said? Oh, now you're going to shoot me in my pinky toe. You going to respect me, or every time I see you, I'm going to whip your ass. Y'all remember that scene? That's what they've done to black people. And it's funny because there's some white people that really don't realize what the hell has happened. There's some black people that are so comfortable in their captivity that they don't believe what's happening is happening. I know a lot of people who have family members right now who are telling, no, don't do that. No,
Crazy shit, right?
with that. That's not your problem. No, let's just stay here. See, you've been brainwashed into individualism. Individualism is when you only give a shit about yourself. You don't give a shit about your neighborhood. You don't give a shit about your city. You don't give a shit about your nation. You don't give a shit about your people. You just give a shit about yourself. I'm on my morning mental.
Morning mental.
Let y'all know something. Here to get the record straight this morning. The planets are in alignment. Earth, moon, stars are in alignment. We were in formation, in alignment. So everybody was in alignment with who? The Most High, y'all. Most High. To deliver that message. Now.
Yeah, we know that, Fern. He's just putting
back on the morning mental. I promise I'll be back. But I want y'all to understand what happened. Y'all lying because you're wrong. Y'all stop believing all this stuff out on the internet. They're lying because they know they're scared and they're wrong. White people, I'm gonna have to go there. I'm sorry, I can't blame nobody else. White people are the only creatures on earth that will go to someone else's home, invade their place, utilize their resources, steal all of their riches, kill the people, rape the women, try to erase the culture, then inject their DNA, and then make rules for everyone else to live by with their superior. How long did you think that was gonna last? And then they have what we call selective hearing. You know, it's interesting because most of y'all don't understand that what I'm telling you is they acting like we want Texas. Texas, relax. When I says we'll take Texas, I'm being sarcastic, you stupid fucker. I told you, it's a choice. Y'all either carve out a space for us to grow or you don't get in our way. When we leave this place, then y'all tell us to get the fuck out of here? See, we really trying to leave. We don't want to stay here with you Edomites anymore. It's like an infection that's gotten too deep. Yes, we do want to leave. Now that you understand that, stop talking about we about to attack Texas. We're not attacking anybody. That's what you do. You see, everything that they're trying to project on us is what
hey, David Dogs.
We're not built from the same cloth. We don't have the same DNA. We don't go around doing what you do. Stop calling me a racist because you're embarrassing yourself. You don't know the meaning of the word racist. Why don't you learn to read and go look up what the word is? Oh, you can't read. You're functionally illiterate. Well, let me help you out. A racist is someone who has sole control over the final disposition of a people. That means you control everything they do, even whether they live or die. Now, you tell me within the last 400 years, when the black man has had that authority over anybody, over the white man, over the Arab, over the Chinaman, over no one. So it's impossible for us to be racist. We can be pissed off, though, about the racist treatment that you've done to us. I've seen somebody try to get smart and come on here and try to tell me that, well, y'all talking about y'all was slaves, but the origin of the word slave is from Slavic. Oh, because yes, we do know that the first slaves was from white folks, but then you enslaved us. See, being being a slave is not a noun. Being a slave is an act of violence. So you committed slaving on us. You enslaved us. It's not that slavery got violent. It is violence. So you committed 400 years of violence against us. 247 years of that violence was committed right here on this territory. A lot of us blood is so mixed up and mucked up right now, we don't even know what side we stand on. You did that. We didn't do that. You stole all the gold. We didn't do that. You took all the land. We didn't do that. You committed genocide against the Native Americans. We didn't do that. You were the ones that tried to rewrite our history to fit yours. We didn't do that. You were the ones that rewrote our history and then call it some fake religion and call it the slave man. Then you went around the world and try to force everybody to believe in it and change Yeshua to Jesus. You did that. Don't make me sit here and call it over all the things you did and now that you're doing right now. So playing the victim and putting out all of this false information because you don't want them to think that the black folks finally got together to protect themselves, that black folks did nothing illegal. The ignorance and the nerve of you people. And let me explain something to you. I'm going to say it here live, and I'm glad I got my man Ozone Dread up on here because what I'm going to say is y'all need to remember Haiti. I'm talking to black folks now. Y'all need to go study Haiti. You see, same thing. Black folks got sick of it. But before they went up against the white man, they killed every black person that was still loyal to the white man. And then they went to war with the white man and they won. White man didn't like that because they was prospering for a minute. But as they always do, they sent somebody in who looked like us, who was there to destroy that country, bankrupt them, because they were on their way to being prosperous. You understand what I'm saying? And now they broke in that country, destroyed it. And then, of course, they had the earthquake. Everybody else has been rebuilt. But see, the white man got a problem when you stand up for yourself. The white man is a threat when we do it. Oh, didn't nobody give a damn about the white boys with the guns. But the moment we get organized, no, we're not a mob. We're a militia. The minute we do it, oh, everybody's talking. It broke the internet. Because the black people that you know that you've been profiting off of, the black people whose money you take to build up your own community, the black people that you give substandard education, that you give substandard medical care, that you give substandard policing, that you give substandard housing, that you give substandard judicial process, that you give substandard everything. Got tired of your bullshit. And I seen it like, oh, they got this weapon and that weapon. It's a start. We got to start somewhere. But notice, they're not saying nothing when they started it. You see, we didn't start this. You did. You threatened us. You threatened our families. You threatened our children. You said you was going to do it on July 4th. And see, we don't just see with these two eyes. We see with this eye. You see, our pineal gland is fully functional. So we don't fall for all of the smoke and mirrors that you do. You come in many forms. You came as the police, but we see you. You came as doctors, but we see you. You sometimes come as our pastors, and sometimes you come as our teachers, and sometimes you come as the grocery store. Sometimes you come as our lawyer. But we see past all of that. You see, white people, you need to talk to your own people because a lot of them are still KKK. And I'm going to say it this morning again, okay? Now, you have to remember the history of the KKK. KKK was not invented for us. It was originally invented for Catholic Irish. But then eventually they came after us. So therefore, we see through the smokescreen to know that there is a faction amongst you who wants things to go as if they did win the Civil War. You see, when you're $3.6 billion worth of property that's now worth $437 billion walking around and you can't use it. It's like having a bank account that you don't have the ATM card to no more. It's like having a safe that you can't remember the combination to no more. It's like having one more wish, but you don't remember how you're supposed to rub the magic lantern. That's what you are, black folks. You are walking gold. You are walking gold to them, and they cannot get in the safe anymore. So now the safe, it wants to defend itself. We never said that we were going to attack any goddamn body. We called out the people who threatened us. And as usual, pussy. And I'm saying it here on the air. You threaten us again, you damn well better show up. Because we're not level 1, level 2, level 3, or level 4. We're the final result. Oh, y'all don't know the levels. Here we go again. Level 1, y'all do some fucked up shit. We upset. But we just upset. Level 2, we go out in the streets and start turning over shit and throwing rocks and shit. You know, that's level 3. The protesters come out. You know, this bring a sign to a gunfight, motherfuckers, because they just upset. They want to let you know. Okay. You know, level 4 is the looters. They gonna come out because it's really not even about the issues that they tired of not having nothing. Because y'all have made it so hard to have shit. Plus you put everybody on quarantine. Everybody went broke. So yeah, they want to get some shit. But what you didn't think about is you're so used to putting out the fire at level 4. Oh, we got them under control. We got the Negroes under control. They out here bowing down with us. They letting us ride around and say their slogans. We got them under control. Everybody be cool. We done messed around and told them, yo, that it's not all of us. It's just a few. Okay, we got them under control. And y'all silly motherfuckers out there doing it. We under control. I'm on my morning mental. And you thought you had them under control. And then level 5 showed up. Level 5 is the core of the Black community for real. And we're not an unruly, as you can see. And there are many of us. It ain't all of us, because a lot of us are, I hate to say it, we got Black people and we got N-words. We got Black people and we got N-words. And the N-words know who they are. I tell you who the N-words are. You can spot them. Those are the ones who are against what they saw. Those are the ones who are saying, you know, they hating. And they're hating for several reasons. A lot of it is because, well, all of it is because they scared. They scared. A lot of people got scared. They really got scared because they saw their life flash in front of their face. And they realized that for all the talk that they do, they're really not ready to walk through the fire. They're really not ready to go to Sheol. They're not ready. They act like they're ready. So this weekend in Stone Mountain, Georgia, we went to the fire. Oh, we went all the way into the fire. Because if you're ready to die for it, then you really mean what you say. And the rest of y'all who was asleep, that's now awake, welcome to the party. We've been here for a minute. All you gotta do is scan his profile. We're not new, and our damn show ain't new. But we're here to set the record straight this morning. And at the end of the day, the NFAC, I salute you. And to everyone else that came out, I salute you. And for all of the people around the world that are now saying that we understand the blueprint now, because that's what we wanted to give you, a blueprint. Protesting is not waving signs and singing slogans. Protesting is making sure that your point of view is felt, that you're not dealing with something anymore. And the reason that you can't stop the problems that's confronting you, Black people, is because you keep talking to it, but it keeps putting its hands on you. So this morning is a good morning to feel Black.
Jenny.
I ought to know that. Because while they was out celebrating their independence, while we were slaves.
Well, I'll stop sharing that. I don't want to get everybody upset, but yeah, it's crazy. That's something that people need to see what's going on. You know? But here is another important one. You see, worldwide address. This is NFAC Grandmaster.
This is we can come together.
The NFAC Grandmaster J worldwide address.
And broadcast through the world. So that's
Radio Diamond
I want
TV.
to send you this message. Share this video, brothers and sisters. Because right now, We streaming in all platforms necessary. If you want to see me live, you can go to the Radio Diamond page. We there, live. You can go to Facebook page.
He's got a lot of followers from around the world, different
You
countries.
can also, I want to send a shout out. My brothers and sisters in Ghana, my brothers and sisters in Nigeria, my brothers and sisters in South Africa, my brothers and sisters in Angola, my brothers and sisters in Congo, to make sure you record. They've been recording our show, putting on the DVDs, and spreading to the community. Because we don't trust this social network. We're doing old school, new school, all platform. My name is Alpha Quabo, and it is such a pleasure to be here, introduce one of our great. But before
They haven't made good on one threat today. So today we went up on Stone Mountain where the Klan was born with 1,000 of my soldiers looking for the Klan. So we don't respond to threats. We can make threats. That's our problem as a people. We keep playing ourselves as the victim. We don't want no more apologies. We want to give some apologies.
Kelly.
We don't want to have to understand. God to have to understand.
What is the mission of your organization?
To protect black people in their communities, in our I don't want to curse on your show, in our money, in our education, as far as our kids, as far as the sisters, no matter how strong they are, our own self-policing, our own self-patrol, the whole 9 yards, and then become the backbone for the military for a new black nation.
What is the solution to all of this? And that's the last
The solution is very simple. We follow a Declaration of Liberation, declaring every African-American descendant of slavery a political prisoner here in the United States and that was affected by the Portuguese slave trade. And then after that, the United States has a choice. Either A, carve us a piece of land out here
Curious Minds.
and let us do our own thing, or don't stop us when we exodus out of here and go somewhere where they will give us our own land to build our own nation.
What is your name and what is the...
I'm the official Grandmaster Jay. I created the NFAC.
All right, and how long have the organization been in existence?
We don't give that information out. Just how we'll tell you this, we're all ex-military. We're all very disciplined. We're all expert shooters. We don't want to talk no more. We don't want to negotiate. We don't want to sing songs. We don't bring signs to a gunfight. We're an eye for an eye organization. So when they decide to act right, we'll decide to act right. And we do it all legally, just like they do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Uhuru. All y'all niggas talk all that shit online. All y'all talking about how y'all motherfuckers want to get free. All y'all talking about how y'all sick of this bullshit. But I see who the brave motherfuckers are. Y'all should feel good. Look how many other motherfuckers didn't show up. 45 million black people in America getting killed, shot, choked, kidnapped, stabbed, burned.
Jenny.
Brothers and sisters, stop right there. Brothers and sisters, as you can see.
Good morning, good night, wherever you are in the world. To the 82 million brothers and sisters in Brazil, the 46 million brothers and sisters in the United States, the 9 million brothers and sisters in Haiti, the 5 million brothers and sisters in Colombia. I have to talk to all of my brothers and sisters across the entire continent of Africa. You are not divided by the lines that they divided for you. You are still inherited to the motherland, and I see you as one, as my brothers and sisters. To all of the folks in other parts of the world that may see this later, whether it be Jamaica, Mexico, Canada, Cuba, Italy, Spain, all across Europe, the UK alone, all throughout the South Pacific, I have to greet you all as one family, because we've been brainwashed to believe that we are separate, because they know that our unity is our primary weapon and our rage backs it up. You have watched what they would call the radicalization of an individual. Someone who was born and raised as a descendant of the African descendants of slavery, raised in a post-slavery United States, who believed and brainwashed into believing all of the values of Western civilization. However, through the treatment as an African-American descendant of slavery and as a member of the melanated global family, I have gone through a series of changes in my life that have pushed me to the position that I am today. So yes, as you've seen in those videos, I started off a dedicated citizen who served his country in the military and believed in all of the things that they told us. We did not know any better. We were still asleep. And then you saw me metamorphosize into becoming someone who figured that he could make a change in this world simply by holding hands and working along with the very people that all of my predecessors attempted and ended up shot and killed. That didn't work. And then you saw me try to go the other route. Well, maybe I'll just try to rise to political power, not only to help my people, but to help the global situation around the world. You can see they blocked that out. That didn't work. And as all of these things happen, I'm still buffered by the winds of change, buffered by the winds of police brutality, buffered by the winds of racism, buffered by the winds of a destruction of the Black family, the Black community, Black finance. I'm buffered by those winds. And eventually it occurred to me that instead of trying to save everybody and get us to this kumbaya, we all get along, why can't we hold hands world, I began to see that there was someone being left out. Someone was being cast to the side so that they wouldn't be a part. And that was us. And when I say us, I'm talking about you too. No matter where you are in the world, I'm talking to you too. The time for us to stop treating each other like we're different. The time for us to stop hating someone just because they fly under a different flag, when we all fly under the melanin flag, when we're all part of diaspora. Most people don't know that the word diaspora is Greek. It literally means the scattering. So we've been scattered around the world. Whether you are a believer of the 12 tribes or not, you have been scattered. Those winds, in fact, transformed me into what you see sitting in front of you today. A combination of the politician, a combination of the warrior, a combination of the teacher, a combination of the philosopher, a combination of someone who wants to rebuild the great Black civilization that we had on this planet before the invasion and the occupation and the emancipation and the feminization of the once mighty Black race, which comprised of Black man kings and Black queens. That is who we are, and that is who you see sitting before you. You can call me any names, I don't care. I am that I am. And because of that, I have stepped into the shoes filled by my ancestors, filled with the spirit of all of those who come before me to bring you a message of greeting. And that the reason that I'm here is not what I've done. It is who I am and who we are in this moment. So I bid you all worldwide shalom.
Brothers and sisters, give me a camera. So what I want you to do, today, we're going to be asking questions. And then I need you. So you can help me to ask questions too. So all I need you to do, as you can see in your flyer, right in your screen, because you can listen to us on the Radio Diamond. You can go to the Radio Diamond page.
All right, enough. I'm sure you got the point. I will be dropping a link to that first video I played. If anyone wants to check it out or wake other people with it, whatever, I don't know. But they got a little coalition going on worldwide. Yeah, definitely on the wrong track. I agree, Darlene. Because I think people in general are not racist. I don't know anybody that's racist. I'm not racist. But our fearless leaders like to push it. I am what I am. Yep. All right, Rich. That reminds me. I'll drop the link in the chat if anyone wants to come on up and join me. Oops. Let me get the link. You can come on up on the panel if you want. Exactly. The politicians and all that nonsense push that narrative. All right, I dropped the link in the chat. If anyone wants to click on it, come on up. Yeah, exactly. It's the actions. It's the person. It's the individual. You know. That's exactly what it's doing. It's causing more division. And you might be right though. China involved in a lot of stuff. You've definitely been sold out. Yeah, exactly. And I don't know. Most people I know are good people. I don't know. But why can't we stand up like that against tyranny? You know what I mean? We got forced vaccinations coming. We got these masks they want us to wear, you know. All this nonsense that we just put up with. United we stand. Yeah, we would get shot. Exactly. I know if I tried something like that, I'd be taken down in a second. Definitely funded. But we all should be in on this together. We're all being screwed. We're all got the genetically modified food. Because he talks about that stuff too, telling his people not to eat the processed foods that the white man makes and the medicines, and which is all true. It's all, you know, it tells a lot of truth there. But it should be everybody involved, not white against black. It's all of us. We're all getting screwed. We're all being sprayed like bugs every day. Look up in the sky. Our food, I don't even know if there's any organic food left, you know? I mean, I buy all organic, but is it really? Then the big pharma medications and stuff, you know, just eugenics everywhere. I mean, even your dish soap, look up the ingredients in your dish soap. It's all toxic freaking crap that we wash our dishes with, and it leaves a film on there, and you end up eating a little bit at a time every time you use the plate. Deodorant, shampoo, everything, cleaners, all made out of poisons. Even your FDA approved vitamins, check out the ingredients on them. I know I've mentioned it before long ago. Potassium chloride is one of the main things that I talk about, is because that's used in lethal injection. Why is it in our vitamins? And why do doctors prescribe potassium chloride for people who are low in potassium? Why not just give them potassium? Why has it got to be potassium chloride, which, if enough, will cause cardiac arrest, stops the heart so fast? That's why they use it in lethal injection. You don't use deodorant? Uh-oh, Jenny. Yep. Yeah, exactly. A little bit of poison. I forget. What was it? 10,000 toxins we're exposed to daily, every day. Your working environment and at home. But anyway, my point was we're all under attack. It's not black against white or anything like that. It you know what I mean. One more time, I'll drop the link if anyone wants to come on up. has anything to say, come on. If not, I'll continue on with another video. Yeah. They sure pushing a narrative, that's for sure. All right. See what I'm gonna play next. Here we go. Hey, Born Eraser, how you doing? It's good to see you. So we got a black coalition forming worldwide, and we can't even get. We got 22 people here. How come Grandmaster Jay have 3,000 in his room? And I can only get 21 now. What, Navy? Come on. If you've had the cold or flu, we've all got COVID and antibodies in this. Eric sees all. Device to check your temperature and scan your face. Check this out. This is what's coming.
Friends, I want to show you something really weird. I came here for my injections that I still have to take. You know, a few last ones that I will probably have a chance to take. To, you know, the one that was prescribed to me. But they're closed now. But they have this thing. It's called
Intelligent Personal Protection.
Intelligent Personal Protection. USA assembled, and look at this thermometry. This is a power.
It checks your temperature.
On and off.
It's scanning you right now. It just now recorded you.
And it scans you, and it records you. And you have to get through this to get into medical center. And wow, so over here it took actually my face thing.
It photographed you just now while you were standing at the door.
And there is a camera too.
That's what I just said.
I just never seen anything like this. That is incredibly disgusting. So I don't know, but we are entering some really weird place as far as the New World Order. Now this is the place where smiling faces usually greet you, and you just come in and they give you injections like vitamin C and glutathione and all of that. But look at this. Look at this, what they have set up. And they take your picture. It's like a little stand in there. Now they're closed. I came late.
You go into some type. You're going into some type of little booth as you go through.
Yeah, it's like
Hey, Snafu, how you doing?
It takes your temperature, scans
Good to see you again.
It has a face recognition camera on it.
You see this? You're gonna have to go through this booth. Takes your temperature, scans you.
Never.
Like, it's a place where you can get B12 injections. And people that own these are very nice people. And I was so glad that I found them because, I could get my very good price. At a very good price, I could get my therapies going.
I imagine the government is making this requirement because it's like a medical facility, and they're probably requiring this now by law, and that's probably how they got it. It's probably being funded.
Yes.
by
Can
the
you
government.
let me know if you've seen anything like this? I'm thinking this is going to be not only in the medical centers, but the restaurants and shops, and you're going to have to enter.
That, I've actually heard that, Yana, that they've
Yeah.
been saying that there's things that you'll go through that automatically scan you and check you for temperatures and things like
So
that.
it's here, right here. I don't know if you can see this. I'm going to go from. It's inside as you
Here,
enter.
go up
It's like
higher
a
with the
booth.
camera. Let me try like this.
Crazy, right? Coming to a store near you, coming
Anyway,
to a bank near you,
friends, we're gonna
coming
talk
to a park
with
near you.
the beast. Anyway, love you guys.
Let's see what else we got here.
Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus now bundled together. The greatest stories and characters.
Doctor support and mask mandate in MA runs away from first fire 508.
Does it give you the right to mandate that every resident must wear a piece of clothing? Show me where.
Where in the state constitution does it tell you wear a seatbelt? Now, let me ask you this, Jeff.
No. We're not talking about a seatbelt. Sir, with all due respect, we're not talking about a seatbelt. Sir, with all due respect, wearing a mask all day, excuse me, Mr.
Listen, Jeff, no, I'm going to finish now. You obviously have a limited understanding of public health and the law as well.
Right. Okay, listen, look, Dr. Santiago, stop it with your cheap insults. I'm not impressed. Okay?
I'm just saying, if you
listen, look.
If you're going to put words in my mouth, then we can have a frank discussion.
I'm not putting words in your mouth. Listen, look, doctor, you're embarrassing yourself, okay, in front of a major audience. So here's what I'm telling you. I know you don't like to be challenged because you're so arrogant. Let me explain something to you, okay? You breathe in carbon dioxide all day because you're forcing people to wear a mask. It's unhealthy. In fact, the New York Post had a story in which someone had a collapsed lung because they were working out with a mask. It's not healthy for children. Now, furthermore, hold on. Relax. I want to get to one. Relax. In the New England Journal of Medicine, and I will send you the specific article, researchers said that there is no scientific evidence to prove that masks are effective. That in fact, it's a reflexive reaction to anxiety about the pandemic. That is straight from the New England Journal of Medicine. So are you a bigger expert than the researchers who write for the New England Journal of Medicine? The floor is yours. Go.
Well, the issue, look, no one is getting a collapsed lung from wearing a mask here. In fact, I took care of someone who had a collapsed lung just a couple of days ago.
Whoa! So that story in the New York Post is not true?
Let me finish. Let me finish here.
You're saying people aren't getting a collapsed lung?
Listen, Jeff, you obviously, you have a difficult time reading the medical literature. You also have a difficult time, apparently, interpreting law here.
No, I'm giving you specific examples and I'm interpreting the law. You just don't like what I'm saying. You don't have an answer.
This is about public health, right? And so when I hear you attempt to explain it in an incorrect fashion.
Well, what did I say that's incorrect? What did I say that's incorrect?
If you're going to let me finish or what?
Well, what did I say that's incorrect?
Let me finish. Are you going to let me finish?
Do you want to hang on for another segment? Do you have the guts to hang on for another segment?
I have plenty of guts here, but I'm here to talk science. I have to take a phone call.
Anyway, scumbag doctors pushing the narrative. Got another one here from Starlight. New World Order Law. What is that? Is that Chinese? What? Republic of China? Hong Kong Special Administration? This will apply to everyone on the planet. China tries a draconian law. Fears have arisen that Beijing could punish everyone on the planet with its national security law in Hong Kong with an alarming clause targeting people who are outside of China. Hong Kong's security law, more draconian than feared, says analysts. A new law enacted last week, an hour before the 23rd anniversary of the city's handover from British to Chinese control, effectively ends special legal status the city has enjoyed since 1997 under the one country, two systems policy. It criminalizes activities broadly defined as secessionist, subversive, or terrorism that include advocating for democracy or criticizing the authoritarian. Worse, the law applies even to acts outside of Hong Kong by people in other jurisdictions who are not residents of the city. In other words, critics of China could face arrest even if they visit Hong Kong or end up on a connecting flight. This means that foreigners who support independence for Hong Kong or call for imposing sanctions on the Chinese government could be prosecuted upon entering Hong Kong or mainland China, even if they are not residents of the city. Critics of China, including Hong Kong's large diaspora, may face legal risks if they enter or return to the city as non-Hong Kong residents, can be prosecuted for their acts conducted outside the region, according to the clause. Straight buried X-Blade. How China is cracking down on Hong Kong protesters after passing draconian security law. Hong Kong police used water cannon on Wednesday to disperse activists protesting against Beijing's new national security legislation. Exactly, Sam. But he acts like he's it. It kind of reminds me of that list of 72 types of Americans considered terrorists. One of them is if you're anti-New World Order. Well, if you're anti-China, you can get arrested. If you say anything bad about the country, you can get arrested. Sued? I don't know if anyone gets sued. I mean, I don't know. Mark of the Beast is here from Richie from Boston. Is this his second?
20th of July. It's Monday, July 20th, 2020. I'm pretty sure. And first of all, use the link to Patriot Pantry below. Get everything you possibly can to have food and water stored in your house, in your car, in your cabin, whatever, for real. Because everything we've been warning about, we meaning myself and lots of other channels, is literally happening. From Colorado to Ohio, every store has a big sign. Change, the Federal Reserve, there's a change shortage. Check this out. Money is in circulation, okay? So it's not like money just started going up into the clouds. Somebody's removing it. Well, they're removing it because the World Economic Forum already told us they're going to do a great reset, which means a new digital dollar, period. It's what they're doing. They're doing it slowly, but they're doing it, and it will speed up. The next thing they're going to do to make you bend to their wishes is food. These guys own all the food supply chains. They own all the major food stores. And stores are now our governments, apparently, because stores
Right.
where the customer is always right are now dictating your actions, how you'll pay for it, what you'll wear when you go in there, and in many cases, how much you're allowed to buy. This is amazing to me that other people aren't catching on to this at all. I mean, it's amazing to me. Donald Trump is part of this, okay? Period. There is no president of the United States because the United States is a corporation and has been for well over 100 years. There's a reason when you go into a town, you see the sign and the town's name saying incorporated, 1927, 1864, whatever. So check this out. Again, we weren't wrong. Here's the narrative. Here's what they're telling us. In a regular world, this is what they're telling us. There's a pandemic. It's been going on for months and months, even though nobody's dead. There is no pandemic, but let's make believe, okay? There's a pandemic. The Department of Defense is funding the vaccine, which they are talking about making mandatory. Germany, Australia, lots of countries are talking about making the vaccine mandatory. The vaccine is the goal. They want everyone to get a vaccine. Now, James Corbett put up a great video on Corbett Extras. It's his other YouTube channel, Corbett Extras. And it harkens back to the 1905 Jacobson versus the United States, the smallpox virus, which was another fraud, or whatever it was. This guy gets a vaccine and his son. They both have a bad reaction from it. The government tells him you got to take another vaccine or you'll be charged $5. $5 back in 1904, 1905 was a lot of money. He fights it. He goes to the Supreme Court. He fights it there. They tell him, nope, your body is not your own. Greater good. They make him pay $5. Well, in this day and age, we've already heard Alan Dershowitz explain to you how you have no right to not take a vaccine. Do you remember before all this happened, anti-vaxxers was a big deal? Because people were figuring out, wow, there's no 30, 40, 50-year-old autistic people at all. It's just, these people are going to either take the vaccine or you cannot participate in society, and they'll even try to get you, they will make you lose your job. You won't be able to go in stores. You won't be able to buy or sell without this vaccine. Where have we heard that before? This is really literally happening. Now, in a real world, we have this unprecedented virus, pandemic that shut down the world, that caused the United States to be a disaster area for the first time in its history. The Department of Defense, which makes no sense, but the Department of Defense is funding the vaccine that everyone's going to be taking because the military is going to be applying it, administering it. The military and other forces will be administering this vaccine for this virus that's never happened before, and this vaccine that you'll be forced to take one way or the other has never been tested. What could possibly go wrong? In a real world, that doesn't happen. The fact that they're telling us that 5G, the installation of 5G has sped up because of COVID. Right, because there isn't going to be any more schools. Remember when I told you there won't be school? Every small town I've cruised through, I've checked the local newspapers, and every one of them says, Governor delaying start of school. Governor ponders canceling school year because of the pandemic. Turn off the TV. There is no pandemic. This is Agenda 21. There will be no more schools because your children will be learning directly from the computer screen. With the computer screens as the teaching apparatus, there's no more books, no more history. You think it's a complete and utter coincidence that the authorities allowed protesters to rip down statues of American history all over America? Every conquering army does that. I've told you before, I'll tell you again. They're erasing history. They're implementing Agenda 21. If you do not take the vaccine, you cannot participate in society. And they're still in the background chugging along, telling you that animals are dangerous. Animals spread pandemics. We got to get rid of all the animals and eat laboratory food only. This is insanity. Absolute and utter insanity. And the most insane thing about it is watching how many people are accepting this or going along with it or saying that this is because of Trump or it's because of it. It's Agenda 21. They told you in 2014, Christine Lagarde told you in 2014, the lucky magic number 7. She went on and on and on. 2014 plus 7 is 2021. We're in the year 2020. All hell is broken loose. It won't stop. Agenda 21 was always referring to the year 2021. They're right on time. Thinking the vaccine's not ready yet? Get out of here. Don't grow up. Figure it out. The vaccine has been ready. But they can't tell you that because then that means the whole the pandemic wasn't organic. The vaccine will be ID 2020. When this first started, you could go to ID 2020's website and see that it said surveillance and vaccines. Peanut butter and jelly. Surveillance and vaccines goes together like peanut butter and tennis shoe. Do you see what I mean? This entire ruse is to get you vaccinated. They can't have unvaccinated people because of all the shit that's going to happen to these poor people that are dumb enough to take this vaccine. Even mainstream people are mentioning this vaccine is untested. It's never existed before. But you're going to give it to every person in the United States via the military? What could possibly go wrong? What could possibly go wrong? All conspiracies aside, how in the world is everyone going to take a vaccine that's never been tested because it never existed? But that's where we're at right now. People need to wake up and understand what's going on. There is no way we can predict this step by step if it's all organic. But it's not. This is Agenda 21, period. It's not about money. It's not about politics. It's about the New World Order, the New World Religion, and the One World Government, period. Once the money's gone, it means the New World Order is here publicly. And we're so close, you can almost taste it. Richie from Boston. Use the links below. I'm telling you. Or don't. I'm out.
He's out. Crazy times. Dropping the link. Want to join me on the panel? Come on up. Explode. If anyone has any links, you can drop them now. I will check the email. Hope everyone's doing well. Enemy within. Yeah, I say so. Yeah, that's right. Not to mention Iran. Nice. All right. I got one here from Truth Seeker. Maybe this will get people a little riled up. This is from True Seeker. Rainn Wilson's disturbing comment about children.
We search for the organs. Where's the heart? The precious heart. I'm not feeling well. I need to sit down.
Are you okay?
Oh my God.
And you know that scene on The Office has a whole new meaning to it now. This is Truth Seeker back with another video. And you know, first we exposed Chrissy Teigen with all the disgusting stuff that she's tweeted and things she said. Now here's another celebrity being exposed. Here we have Rainn Wilson, also known as Dwight, for his tenure on The Office, talking about sodomizing children, among other things. I got to be careful with what I mention because of the algorithm on YouTube. And shockingly enough, he also has ties to the Clintons. What a shocker there. Posting up this photo from a couple years ago on Instagram. But yeah, we have another sick, disgusting celebrity being exposed. And I do thank you all for the support that you've provided on my channel to help get the light shed on these disgusting, sick, degenerate freaks. I would also ask that you would donate to the channel if you can to help the channel, to help us grow and reach people. Share the videos, do whatever you can. But this is just ridiculous. Talking about, you know, how he's draining blood and stuff. Like I said, again, I have to be really careful with how I, you know, word things because of the algorithm on YouTube. But you can see it on screen for yourself. And this is just beyond disturbing, and how anyone can say, "Oh, he's just being funny. He's a funny guy. Ha 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 ha." Get out of here. Get out of here with that crap. This is all hidden in plain sight. You know, it's just ridiculous. I mean, symbolism is going to be their downfall. I mean, he's even shared weird and strange stuff on Instagram. You can even go through his Instagram and scroll through the history and see for yourself if you know, you don't believe me and try to say that all this is fake. Because I know there's always going to be those out there that try to say, "Oh, you know, you're just making stuff up. You're crazy. You're a conspiracy theorist," etc., etc. But you tell me where the humor is in any of this. This is beyond disturbing, and quite frankly, I'm at a loss of words. I really don't even know what else to say. But
Who's
leave a
Rainn
comment down below and
Wilson?
you tell me
I don't even know.
your video, get the truth out there. These people need to face justice. I'm gonna leave the rest of the stuff playing for you all to see for yourselves. But this is Truth Seeker signing out.
What? Body sushi. Oh, look at the bunny ears. What? Yeah, I wondered there. Unbelievable. The crazy shit. So many different levels and from all angles. You take care, Samla. Have a good night. I hear you're tired. Thanks for chilling with us. It's awesome. You take care there. Much love. Now we have Israel has launched a coup in Iran. Yeah, I've been seeing some videos on that too. I mean, we got stuff happening like I said, from all angles. We're like right there, I think. I don't know. What do you guys think? Next few months?
I should have got this information to you guys yesterday. I was contacted by our intelligence source in Israel there, things that are going on with Iran. The Israeli government has been working with members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard to overthrow the religious part of the government. They're trying to avert an all-out war with Iran, but they have told the Iranian Guard that are willing to try to overthrow the government that if they don't, they will come in using tactical nuclear weapons to take down the nation. Now, that was also confirmed with me back quite a ago, actually back at the end of last year, that was told to me by certain sources in the Pentagon that the U.S. would use tactical nukes in order to break up all of the bunkers up underneath in Iran. But Israel is trying to avert that type of war by having the Revolutionary Guard overthrow its own people. Now, another thing, too, I want to bring to your attention. I was told that a good friend of mine was speaking to some young women there that work inside of Israeli armed forces, and they are talking about how that there are groups that are going around Europe as well as other parts of the world, telling the Israeli people, the Jewish people, not the Israeli, but the Jewish people, that they must return home now, and that they would be doing rescue missions all over the world, but specifically to Europe and the United States, to bring Jewish communities home. They're explaining to them that if they don't leave now, they're going to die. Now, I was told that it was because of war that will come to Europe, and I do believe that that's true, and also to America. But I also know from the information we've been told that with this calamity coming with these asteroids, and of course, keeping in mind asteroids could possibly be nukes, but I don't think so. I think it really is rocks coming towards us as NASA, even, oh gosh, trying to think of the guy's name there, Bill? Not Bill, the other guy that we were listening to his. We were listening to his video a little bit earlier. Dabu 77. I think that's how you do it. But anyway, Dabu was also bringing out some of the things we've already shared with you. That NASA's reporting more and more and more asteroids, more and more asteroids. Now, of course, they got that little belt of interstellar of 19 asteroids. Well, that's nothing compared to what's actually really coming. And I think this is why they're trying to get the Jewish people to return to, or to come to Israel, because they do know that at least not western part of Israel, but the eastern side, actually where the Palestinians live. That's another reason why they moved ahead with annexing the West Bank, the Jordan Valley, and all those places there, because Israel knows the only place that's going to survive this incoming influx of tidal waves and everything else from these rocks and stuff is by taking the West Bank and as well as Syria. This is why Israel continues to attack the Iranian military inside of Syria, because they need to take, or they want to take, I shouldn't say they need to take it, but there is a fight by all these nations for Syria, because Syria also will be nearly unscathed by this total cataclysmic event that is coming here in the coming to the world very, very soon.
So they want the Jews basically home, but who cares for us? Who cares for the Americans and Europeans?
They're not.
They
They're
call
not
us
worried about
goyim.
them.
Nobody's worried
No.
about us, nor telling
No.
the truth to American citizens or citizens of Europe. Nobody is telling us anything.
No.
Yet we had 7 people that are having sources inside of the government and direct sources from government. They keep talking about asteroids. And,
Yes.
Steve, I don't know. Believe that, or believe that this is all pre-planned, staged events that they're going to do. I'm giving it a thought,
Well, as we've been told too by one of our latest sources that works with FEMA as an engineer for FEMA, active. And we're not talking about Celeste. We're talking about somebody else. A private source cannot come forward because they are active in FEMA. That your home will become your casket, so to speak. Kind of not that exact verbiage, but you're going to die where you are. And of course, we've just gotten some more information how hospitals right now have been putting together crematoriums inside these hospitals because they're expecting mass loss of life and they need to find ways to get rid of all of the bodies. So, you know, friends, listen.
Something they're cooking up something.
Yeah, something major is coming. And, you know, I know they're talking about alien disclosure, things like that. We were also told, I'm sitting here thinking about it right now as we're coming past the airport here, close to Orlando right now. Very few planes are flying at all anymore. And we were told by FEMA source there that they were told not to fly at all from this point forward. It is too dangerous to fly. Now, that could be from war, it could be from EMP, it could be from even the asteroids. There's a number of reasons why that could be. But things are about to heat up. And of course, war could happen even before. This planetary problem comes, and the reason why I say that is because they're fighting over territory. They're fighting over what territory is going to be okay, or at least relatively unscathed, and that's including Central Africa. So you'll see more fighting over Central Africa. China also has some places that are safe for them. Maybe this is the reason why the U.S. is more interested in Hong Kong and trying to stand with Hong Kong, because part that will survive as well. So when you see all these hot spots that are going on, and same thing in the United States, when you see the COVID-19 quote unquote hot spots, what's that about? Those are the places that they lock down that they know are going to be devastated first. That's from what we've been told. All right. I can't say 100%, guys. I wish I could say because I work there and I know, and I've been looking at the you know the telescopes and things of that nature there, but I'm not. All right, so I have to rely on the information that's being disseminated to us, and but I do know I trust the people that say these things to me. They're good people. They mean well. They would never intentionally say something to mislead us, you know. But they're saying to us what they know from that direct communication that's being sent down the pipeline.
Right,
So,
but they also have Jesus.
Yes.
And his protection, because you know a lot of people can't move. Steve.
No, they can't. And let me say something to you, because I do see when people get nervous and they begin to panic and things like that. You know, I keep what keeps coming to my mind is Meshach. I'm sorry, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego,
Right.
and how that they were threatened that if they did not fall down and worship the image that they had made, that they would be thrown in the fiery furnace. And they said, no, we will not do it. We will serve our God. We're not going to do it. Okay? Now, here's the weird thing. We're coming at an hour right now where they're trying to bring about the forcing now. They want to force us to actually very soon to accept an Antichrist spirit, the AI serpent. And I can tell you one thing, and while they're trying to do that, then comes the fiery furnace. Well, nonetheless, we're not going to serve their serpent AI Messiah. All right? We're not going to do it. Even if we have to go through the fire, don't make any difference. Yeah, all right, look, I ain't got to be rescued out to Israel. I'd rather go through the fire because Jesus Christ will be the fourth man in the fire and he will take us home. That's the way you got to believe, and that's the way you got to stand. You don't got to worry about a safety. If you're in Jesus Christ, you're already in the safest place you can be. He's the ark. He is the temple. He is the man in the fire, and you don't have to worry about none of it. So look, just rest in him.
Yes,
Rest
do
in
what
him.
you can physically.
Sure.
Spiritually be prepared.
Yes.
Physically do as much as you can. Lord knows and sees every single person's situation.
Yes.
We do what we can, and then we give the rest to the Lord Jesus.
You know, this is the time to witness to your family, to your neighbors. You know, and you maybe
Alright,
you.
a bunch of pillows buried X-Blade.
I had a brother write me the other day. He's a minister, and I don't recall his name right off the top of my head because I get so many emails. But he said he shared one of the videos we did recently about these things that are coming with some
Thanks
friends
for
that
sharing
were
tonight, X-Blade.
we're going to they accepted Jesus Christ as their Savior. They want to be baptized. You know, now I want to see people accept Jesus Christ because they're in love with him, but nonetheless, sometimes it takes a little stress
Okay, Jenny.
to get people to wake up that maybe it's been on their heart. They've been wanting to serve the Lord, but they just keep putting it off. But sometimes a sickness will come along, or you might get a bad news from the doctor. You're not going to make it. You have cancer or something like that. And then the person says, whoa, wait a minute. I need to get my life in order. Okay. So regardless, we're in a late hour, friends. We're in a late hour. There's going to be a lot of people that'll survive. No doubt about it.
Let me ask you, Steve, because people are asking some questions. And one of the questions was, if cataclysmic events are coming upon this earth, why to bother with AI? Wouldn't AI be destroyed? Why to chip people? Well, I want to say that this...
I can answer that for you because I know the volume may not be as well on your side, and maybe your side's better than mine, but that's why I'm talking a little loud. But at any rate, we know, Yana, that according to what we have seen and the research that you have done, etc., and also from sources that we have, that they're going to use this to be able to track you afterwards.
Yes,
all right,
they want to know who survived the trackers.
Exactly.
They think they're going to survive it and they want to grab the power.
Exactly. And you know, it's almost like a reset every time. Just like after Noah's flood, it was a reset. But you know, Satan is always there too, trying to capitalize on every reset that ever happens. I've been thinking and really pondering a lot about what happened during the days of Moses in Egypt and the children of Israel. And you know, Yana, I mean, I've really, especially because of this thing being considered a 3,600 year event that we're facing. And by the way, when I say 3,600 year event, you know, when I shared with you guys that little chip that brother gave me, he did an estimate of 2023 of December as when this binary system would come through. So I've been trying to find out, is this something different that's coming, that's different from what he was talking about? Because he did say in there also, and he told me privately, that we would first get hit by an asteroid belt. That's what he told me. That would come first, then the planet comes and causes the pole shift. All right. And I asked him then, do you know the actual time when this happens? He said he was missing one piece of evidence to do the calculation. And so therefore he could not calculate it exactly right. All right. Now, with that in mind, I was talking to one of our sources about that information. So I said, is this what they call Planet X? And what about the asteroid belt, etc.? Two different sources, FEMA and one source contractor working directly with the generals that has known about this for 11 years. both confirm the same thing. This is the binary system. This is the planet X. And yes, the asteroid belt or the tail is what hits first. It's kind of weird. The tail is in front, not out back, right? And that is what's coming first. And that it is late March, early April that they anticipate that the star or this planet thing with possibly its own moons, its own planets, will actually go between the sun and the earth as it loops around, and that's what will cause our poles to shift. Now, that's, friends, all I can tell you.
2023.
Yeah, John's saying 2023, but I have a feeling, Yana, that a lot of these people are saying that because of that chip that I had. See, Paul Bagley, really, I give him that chip, which I copied it, but I give it to him, and he's really gone through that with a fine-tooth comb with some friends of his. I know John Moore's been involved in that as well, getting to see this information. So I think this is why everybody's looking at 2023, but they're forgetting where that information came from. Because up until now, no one else had that information.
Okay, so Steve, my hand is getting kind of
Okay.
tired.
Thank you guys for watching.
Okay.
Thank you for your support and love for this ministry. And
Boom. I'll drop the link in the chat. So, once again, I don't think we're going to get hit by rocks, but that's just my opinion. I think it's going to be the bombs that are going to be going off. You know how when we go to war somewhere and they like carpet bomb the cities and towns of the innocent people as well as their targets? Trying to find the. Okay. All right, I'm going to check my email. That's right, Jenny. Okay, we got a video from Jenny. But before I do that, anyone want to come up? What we got there? We got coffee. Are those cookies with a bite taken out of them, Darlene? Really? All right, if you want to come up, click the link. Come on up, StreamYard. Okay, here's a video from Jenny. 8675309. I got it. I got it. I got the number on the wall. Boom. All right, what we got here? Rona 70s government propaganda public fear film from the plain truth.
Coronavirus is a deadly coughing disease that hangs about in the air and is passed from person to person. You must always stay alert, and if you feel like you can sense coronavirus, get indoors, fast. If you're away from home, drop face first to the ground. In this position, the only cavity exposed is the anal duct, and that should not pose a problem so long as you're wearing trousers. When you're back inside, clean your hands with a strong disinfectant and stockpile as many antibacterials and toilet rolls as you can. You'll be needing them.
Richard.
If you don't have an indoor toilet, cut a hole in your favorite chair and stick a bucket underneath. If you don't have chairs, dig a hole for yourself somewhere inside the house. During a coronavirus outbreak, anyone you see could be a carrier. This includes your teacher, your local policeman, Even the nice couple you meet down the park. You'd think you'd always be safe with nice men like these who like to hang around children's playgrounds. This man looks nice.
I'll bet you can't catch me.
But look a bit
What?
He's a carrier. You probably feel safe inside a car. But even a car can be a carrier.
That's crazy.
Cough on a car, that car becomes a carrier, which is why scientists now sometimes refer to the coronavirus as the car owner virus.
Hello, young lady.
This girl doesn't know it, but if she gets into the car, she'll become a carrier.
No, thank you.
Janet, would you like to know why you shouldn't have gotten into that car? It could have put you in great danger.
You mean sort of like when Johnny hits me and pulls me, my hair, when we have a row?
No, it could have given you a deadly virus.
You mean don't talk to me?
No, not like that either, but you should go home now before you cause any more trouble. Carriers come in all shapes and sizes, so it's important when you're out and about to note down anyone you see coughing or wheezing.
Hey, what are you doing? Taking that man's number. Who do you think you are, the Sweeney or something? Shut up, it might be serious.
When you return home, immediately call the police and notify them of any person you've seen who you think is or might be a carrier.
I'd brown eyes.
What sort of
My
coat?
mom, my dad.
I can't really remember because he was inside all the time.
I see.
It's actually unlikely that the universe will affect us for, say, 50 years. And it's important to remember that the world will be very different in half a century's time. Nursing, for instance, will be almost unrecognizable. They certainly won't be muddling around with these old gadgets. We expect hospitals
Yeah.
will look something like this. And our world leaders won't be human beings. They're more likely to look like this. Ultra-intelligent supercomputers, processing vast quantities of information faster than any human mind. So with these men in charge, coronavirus should be stopped in its tracks in no time. Are you ready, Hugo?
We're all set here, sir.
That was funny. Thanks for that, Jenny. That's from a Plain Truth 5. I remember his channels kept getting shut down.
I was
When
getting ready to
he's
say,
covering,
times the channel been shut down.
yeah, from California covered fires he was covering. How you doing, Rich? It's been a while. What you been up to?
You know, work. Trees are getting heavy. I'm out there tying branches. They're starting to hang down to the ground.
Like I was saying before, that heat was crazy. You know, summer's always been my favorite part of the year.
Yep.
I love the heat more than the cold. But the heat this past week, so I'm working at it, is kicking my butt. Seems like pull my energy from me. It's like, wow. Probably not enough
Yeah,
water.
that white sun will do it to you.
Yeah. No joke.
Yeah, that white sun is strong, and I've been watching for the past 4 years, and the sun's already head south. It's not. It used to max out where it's at. It's already rising more south and setting more south every day. Ever since, I would have to say, June, at the end of June, like the 29th, it started to move down. So it's already on the move we're going to have an early winter. I know here in California we are for sure.
That's crazy. You're welcome, Jenny. So what about
Yeah, and
you're talking about the
that thing
sun?
about
What? Go ahead.
The sun is like where the sun sets. It's supposed to stay in its position at its highest point in the northwest. It doesn't start going back south until the end of July, the beginning of August. It's already headed back. It's like it swung up and it didn't stay there. It bounced back down. It's like it's like a tennis ball. It hit the wall and it bounced back down. It's already headed back down. And I'm kind of worried because it should never do that. In the past 4 years and checked everything, and this is the least highest north it's been, and this is the fastest it's started heading south. It does not do this in July, so I'm kind of worried. I'm like, this is not good.
Mm-hmm.
Especially, I'm more worried for like my livelihood of my trees and everything, because if this does what it does again, it's almost like a repeat of last year, but a little bit more intense. If it does this and my trees flower in January, I'm gonna have a bad year. Up over.
Don't hear you, Rich. I think you faded out there. Well, I hope you're wrong. I know you're watching that sun now. So you think like early winter or something? Yeah, I hear you, Darlene. Exactly. Is that what you're thinking, Rich? Gonna get cold early because it's already heading back.
I got this premonition. I know in California we will, more than likely. I can tell just by looking at the way that the sun's already headed south, man. It's not even a joke anymore.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm sure Navy. It's gonna be a nasty winter. If we make it that far.
Yeah, Navy. It's not going to be a maybe. It's going to be a for sure. We're due. I know California's due for sweats. We're to be pounded.
Yep.
Good thing I know how to swim. Got me a wetsuit.
You got a wetsuit?
Yeah. It's like my third one. I had one in the early 80s when I was a kid. And I went to vacation in the Azores and then got another one. Shoot. It was like late 90s, early 2000s. I wound up giving Frank's. Then I went back to the Azores in 2010 and I bought another one because I wanted to go out there and go snorkel. And I bring it back with me, so I got it. It's pretty nice. It's a body glove. It works. It's pretty good. I mean, it's not a joke. If something really happened where it was really cold, I'm sure I could flip that thing on and stay nice and toasty.
That's a good thing.
Now that's something that you should think about. It's like people worry about clean clothes or something like that. If you're in an area where you're going to be inundated with a flood and it's going to be wintertime, there's nothing better than a wetsuit, because the wetsuit, the water gets in for a split second and it's cold, but then it warms up to your body temperature. So if you have the gloves, booties, a combination, you're going to be chances of survival much high as compared to just wearing regular clothes and then getting to a high spot. You're going to become hypothermic and you're probably not going to survive.
That's a very good point. Here I got my minus 30-degree gloves, boots, underwear, you know what I mean? Undergarments, the insulation. But if you get wet, you're right.
Yeah, because I know for a fact it's over there on the islands. It gets pretty cold in the wintertime where you really would not want to be in the water without a wetsuit. And I've literally gone snorkel diving back in the Atlantic Ocean, and I'd stay out there for an hour or two with the wetsuit, and it's not a problem. You don't cramp up. You get out and you unzip it and you touch your body, and it's warm. I mean, really warm. It's kind of a trip with wetsuit. If you can get a dry suit, wow, you'd be golden if you get a suit.
Yeah, you never know when a flash flood's gonna come.
Yeah, especially what they're doing this weather.
I've actually got notifications for it in my county warning severe thunderstorms and possible flash floods, pre-programming part, I guess. I don't know, but one of these times, you don't know.
Are you from the Bay Area over there?
What's that?
Did you get me on that?
No.
I asked how far away are you from the Bay Area from where you live?
Oh, good about 110 miles. Could be a little farther, but I'm like right on the borderline. I could get.
Wow, you're awful close to the water.
Yeah. So when the big one hits, I'll be swimming.
Yeah, just looking at the chat. Yeah, Jenny Bakersfield gets hot, but you know what? The whole valley. I've been here pretty much my whole life. The whole valley of California, as of late, the past 2 years, you can go anywhere from Fresno, Bakersfield, all the way up to past Sacramento, and you'll hit the high hundreds all the time. Now it seems like the normal. It's kind of weird.
That's crazy.
Navy Dogs is from Washington. I didn't. He's just right north of me. Shoot, he's actually by what's that thing called zigzag crack and out in the ocean, the Wandafuka fault zone or something like that.
The what?
It's the crack in the
Fukushima?
ocean that.
Oh, right,
No,
right.
no.
No, I got you.
It's that crack that hooks to so many Navy dogs got it. Cascadia, that's what it is, and it literally
yeah.
it breaks off, and then where it breaks off, it comes down to us where it becomes the San Andreas. So it's like a T there in the middle of the ocean. Well, right off the coast, and it's like a zigzag, and the plates are like slipping all the time, and that's pretty much why we're having all these earthquakes out here. Is that stuff's constantly moving. But on the other hand, you got to think about all the man-made BS that they're doing. They're doing their own kind of stuff too with all their stupid weapons that they're testing and all that kind of stuff. They can make their own. We know that. I mean, we know that they've changed the jet stream as of late. The jet stream, I mean, it's not the same anymore, Bob. It's totally different. This summer is totally different. As sooner does the sun go down, it's like I'm up on the roof and I get 10 mile an hour, 15 mile an hour winds hitting the camera. Knock it off. try day, you could drop a feather and it won't move. Same morning. I start recording in the morning. No wind. As soon as the sun comes up, the wind can. We're a little bit ridiculous. Yeah, something's going on. With so bad, I honestly don't think they can come back on what they did. I think that's why we're in so many problems.
Yeah. It's not like it used to be a nice little breeze or anything. It's like wind coming from many different directions, really whipping around, you know. Yes, here it is. I
That's
noticed the
right.
wind hitting different directions. Yep. Navy said it's overdue. Sure is, because I've been hearing about that for years and years.
Yeah, we're so overdue. It's not even a joke. It's like, it's scary.
Is it
My
cracking?
wife and I were talking the other day. Each of us got our own back ready to go by the door just in case, if something happens. You got a couple days supply of food and water. We have to split. We got to split. The ground starts shaking and stuff starts falling. You gotta move. You gotta run.
Yep. Okay, Navy dogs, you take care. Getting ready for work. Oof. You have a good night at work.
Try have a good day at work, brother.
Yeah, good night, good day,
Good
wherever.
night, good day, good night. Yeah. Swing shift.
So, let's see here. We got something here from Darlene. Bank. Let me see. Bank of England. Governor signals central bank digital currency is coming. It's a little short one.
We now have the Bank of England signaling that they're bringing in a digital currency. This is something that we've warned about for quite some time. We've talked about here recently on the live streams in great detail the whole blockchain thing here, how everything is going to be tracked on blockchain. I put this warning out back in 2017 on YouTube, a video called The Beast Blockchain, warning where this was all going, that they were going to get this all moved over to blockchain and track every single asset on the planet, including you and I, every transaction, every penny you make. There won't be any hiding currency under your mattress, in the closet, in a dresser. But when I put that warning out, you see, everything was peachy. We weren't living in the atmosphere we are now, and people just did not heed the sign. Now, we're heading full steam ahead right toward this, and it's no secret. Everything's set up for this. Your Fidelity accounts, you've got CNBC crypto shows that are set up, all this stuff. It's there. They've put it in place. So when this thing does shift, I'm telling you, you're going to see the crypto market absolutely explode. And in the midst of this, they're going to bring the herds of all these different countries into the game, and each country is going to have its own digital currency. We've known about this for damn near a decade or more. Yeah, because we got the information out of the Bilderberg meetings that they plan to do every single thing that we are witnessing, even with this country right now, bringing it to its knees, the whole big reset, and calling the currency the Amero. Okay, this has all been out there, and some of you know this. We are now at that point of transformation. And as I said in the live stream, back in the day when they used the tally sticks, a long time ago, and they were trying to get people to leave that system and come onto the dollar system, they basically told them in the end, the last straw was, we'll do away with all your debt. And when they did that and set that, everybody jumped on board. So watch out for what's coming in the offing and the tricks they have up their sleeve to get you to jump on too. their beast system.
Hmm.
Life will never be the same. I personally will not exist in that life. I'll check out fighting this beast every step of the way. And for those that do it too, I see you on the front line or on the other side. Much love.
Got that right.
I second that.
Yep. Everything's going down. Oh, Rich.
Hey, you hear about how they're having a coin shortage? You know, a currency, coins.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's you can blame that. I don't know if they got it over the East Coast, but over here in the West Coast, they got little stores. It's called Coinstar. You dump all your coins, and then they give you a little coupon, and you can use it to go to the store that you're at, and they give you whatever money you get. They credit to you on this little tag, and it's kind of like an incentive to dump your coins in there. And oh, look, all my coins came up to like X amount of dollars. I can go spend it here at this store. It's like a joke. And I believe I put it in the chat earlier. I was like, this is where all of our change is going. And Coinstar took it.
Yep, I've seen them.
Yeah. Those guys were hip to that stuff a long time ago. But yeah, I got a nice 5-gallon empty jug of water that's full of nickels, dimes, quarters, and pennies, and it weighs a lot. You use it for an anchor.
I break the bottom out. Careful.
So when they say that there's a shortage, I start thinking, I can't be the only one who's got one of those. I used to know all kinds of people who had those.
Yeah, I don't have one that big, but I got quite a bit myself. But I was thinking the same thing. If how many people actually do have them big jugs? I've seen a lot of people have them.
I watched when we used to watch the television. It was called those guys who pawn stuff, Pawn Stars. That the old man had in the back of these old cars in one of his warehouses, and the car was sitting sideways. Well, the grandsons went and looked in the back, and he had 6 5-gallon buckets full of pennies minted from 1982 and older because they're like 98% copper, pure copper. And he had them just sitting back there. And I started thinking to myself, well, if this guy's got 5 or 6 5-gallon buckets, and that's just one person. I mean, there's a lot of people in the United States that do that just for the heck of it, you know?
Yep. This is true.
So I'm seriously kind of questioning this coin shortage thing. A little scare tactic, if you ask me.
Yeah, definitely done by design. Like you said, they've been collecting them through the Coinstar, and at grocery stores they got to change things. Yep. Got a few of your links that you sent. I have Florida-based grocery chain won't require masks. We don't want to cause undue friction. What the hell is that?
Oh man, I would love to have one of those. I think those in the East Coast, because I've never seen one of those here in California unless they're down south. I would love to have one of those. I'd go up there and give them a hug.
Right? Says Florida is one of the hardest hit states in the U.S. Coronavirus outbreak, recently surpassing 338,000 cases. No, no one Dixie here. Meanwhile, we
Yeah,
got
I've never
masks
seen one
everywhere,
here
right?
either. Yeah.
A popular supermarket chain. I don't know. But how is that possible when we got 338,000 cases positive? Recently surpassing 338,000 cases.
Yeah, there's too many false positives. What was it? There was one. I don't know if I sent you this, or it was probably like last week because I read this last week. That one NASCAR driver. Gosh, what's his name? Jimmy something. Not Jimmy Dean. Gosh darn it. It's his name. Jimmy something. You would think I would know it. I used to be in the NASCAR back in the day. It was Jimmy something. He drives the Lowe's car. Anyway, he tested positive for COVID. And the news article that I read, he protested. It said, "I want to be tested again." So after 7 days of quarantine, they tested him. Tested negative. They said, "No, we want to check one more time." They checked a second, which would technically be the third. Again, he tested negative. So after 7 days of quarantine, this guy gets to jump back in a car and race cars. Okay, how is that? The only thing I think of is the rich get to do what they want because he's not poor, he's rich and he's famous. So his last name's on the tip of my tongue and I can't even remember it. That's terrible.
Mag Bitter Truth channel about the chain shortage. I don't know, Denny might be getting a link. It's about to get a lot worse. What? Well, for months now, American workers, families, and small businesses have been saying they can't keep up their socially distancing lives for much longer. We've now arrived at much longer, and the pandemic isn't going away anytime soon. The big picture, the relief policies and stopgap measures that we cobbled together to get us through the toughest weeks worked for a while, but they're starting to crumble just as cases are spiking in the majority of states. Next week, the extra $600 per week in expanded unemployment benefits will expire. Dun, dun, dun. Then what happens to the people who were unemployed? And there is no indication that Congress has reached a consensus on extending this assistance or providing anything in its place. Well, I'm sure they got a shelter, right?
Yeah, sure.
No place to
It's that
go.
white boat docked out in the harbor with the red cross on it.
Yeah, don't worry about it. We got you. Crazy. It says, but nearly half of the U.S. population
They
is
designed it.
still jobless. You're right. They designed it. Keep going.
Yeah, these guys are just criminals, dude. I think I'll hold my tongue on this one. But I know if we had our hands on them, we'd handle it. They're just lucky that they're like Sopranos. They can't be touched right now. But if you catch them alone, boy, I tell you what.
I'll say nearly a third of Americans missed a housing payment in July. And that was with the additional $600. Plus, most Americans have already spent the stimulus checks they received at the beginning of the pandemic. We should be very concerned about
Big
what's going to
surprise.
happen. Yeah. What's going to happen in August and beyond, starting with a spike in evictions. Here we go. Matthew Despard, a faculty director at the Social Policy Institute at Washington University in St. Louis, tells Axios. Expect more furloughs and layoffs as more small businesses are pushed off the pandemic cliff. Yeah, I don't see people getting back to work when places are still closing. I don't see anything reopening.
Nope.
Pretty much once it's
You know what
closed
they got?
down, it's closed, right?
You know what they? Yeah. You know what they got? They got people getting yanked out of their houses, and those houses were not going to be reoccupied. This is the way it's going to be right here. They're already targeting anybody that is over the age of 30 that had a stable job. They're getting rid of them because they know that right now that's their biggest threat. Those are the people that are going to fight back. Anybody who's under 30 is more of a millennial. They like their jobs.
You know, with another
They're willing
minute.
to put on a mask to go to their jobs. So as long as they get their little lattes and got their brand new iPhones and get to hang out with their buddies at the coffee shop after work, and they're happy.
Happy, happy, happy. Yep. Thanks, Jenny. She hooked you up with the 2020 pandemic changes exposed virtual currency. We'll see what it has to say.
I'm gonna get to this right here with this so-called change in America. And I already told you, not the change right here, but the changes I'm talking about.
Getting more
Now,
silver in there.
pandemic, they're telling you that the virus is going around and everybody should be scared of it. They're gonna pull off the money off the scene. We already talked about it long time ago.
Hey,
From the
Smurfer
first
girl.
time they bring the
How
Bitcoin
you
to this.
doing?
Every single penny
Good to
that's
see you
spent,
here.
wanna know who it come from. They wanna know how much money you
Ah,
as an
okay.
individual. So therefore, all the money gonna be wired. You understand? Virtual money. So now it start with the change right here. So these coming up short in America. We go get into this and break it down because I already told you they're going towards the virtual money all the way around the world, everywhere. That's what they're gonna do. That's why you have your Cash App and all of them shit. That's why you have Apple Pay, Google Pay, all of them. What you think? Watch it.
About your money. And a simple question. America, can you spare some change? Because you may have noticed lately it's getting a little tougher to find nickels, dimes, and quarters at the checkout line. It's an unexpected consequence of the pandemic and rolling shutdowns.
Oh, unexpected. It's unexpected. The consequence is unexpected. They know what they're doing, people. Don't play dumb. If I can tell you from back then that they was leading all the way up to this in this direction right here, you would have still think they don't know. Come on, people. It's all planned by design.
Coins in scarce supply across the country. ABC's Trevor Alt explains.
Yes. So people
As the
keep
nation
them.
collectively wrestles over the best path forward in this
And there you go. All fake what they give you to convince you of a damn pandemic breakout. There you go, right
pandemic,
here.
America needs change. No, literally. American banks and businesses are desperate for your coins.
You know what? These are some really crazy times. So what happened? You're telling us that the people keeping the change and not using it? That's the dumbest shit in the world. But stop it. If you see a shortage of $1 bill, it's the government people holding the money.
When it go to the bank and go to the system, they don't bring it back out. The same thing with the damn change. What you telling me, people? Who holding it back? The people saving their change? Get your ass out of here.
I don't know what's going on, man.
Mhm.
But
You
yeah,
think to blame
on the pandemic, I guess.
blame it on
Like the empty
pandemic.
toilet
There
paper
you
show.
go. Like you see this right here, and I told you already, people, they have to show the pandemic in every cases. That's
I
why
got pictures like that.
they want you to wear the mask. You got to show that it's a pandemic, a virus breakout where everybody got to be involved. The same thing with the stores. You see empty shelves in Walmart all over. Any stores you go into gonna have empty shelves, not because they don't have stuff to pack back on it, but to show the pandemic. Just believe me.
We saw in March
There
and
you
the
go.
meat
That's
and
how they
poultry
do it.
purchase
Just to
limits
show
that
the
hit in April,
pandemic.
the United States has now found itself in a coin shortage. An
Wow.
entire nation pinching pennies, nickels, dimes, and quarters.
We're starting to see that more and more because of the coin shortage and people not even.
How did the coin shortage come along? You know everything else. Please tell us why it happened. You said the pandemic, but what happened? The people keep their change at home. Where's the change go? It's bullshit. First, they're gonna tell you that because it's metal, it's carry on to hold the virus on it longer than the paper. But later on, they're gonna still come back and tell you that the paper money also carrying the virus and passing the virus around. You never get it, people. This is so easy to see.
Taking their spare change, right? Because they're not out like they used to be.
Where they at?
Economists say it's a lingering symptom of the shutdown. These days, with people trying to keep their contact at a minimum, many are straying from cash, instead opting to pay by card.
You see that? That's bullshit, people. You think it's the people that doing it? Wow. So now you blame it on the people. So you're telling me the people that want to use card instead of change? No, people. I already break down the micro center and show you. They're the first one who started it, basically. They said no cash at all. They don't want it in their store. And those are not the only people that doing that. You understand? Because they're going to start the trend of paperless money, virtual money. That's all they want. And I tell you, they can stop your money with one press of a button. That's all it is. That's what they want. You hear me? In the new world order, remember this. I already told you they're going to give you the mark of the beast chip. The chip gonna contain every damn dollar that you own is on that damn chip.
Back
Do you
to
get it?
bartering.
Sure, the people is dumb on this earth. This is how they're gonna
That's
do it.
what I was thinking.
If
It's
you have
going to
some
go
cash
down to
in your
barter and trade.
you have the chip in your hand,
Yep.
the cash ain't on the chip. You get what I'm saying? So if they get rid of the visual money, the coin, the paper, then the money gotta be virtual. And that's how the money gonna be on your chip. You understand what I mean? So this is why they want to do it. You notice they come with the chip in the credit card. It's the same damn shit. They're going to have the chip in your hand. And of course, it can tell them everything about you, including your finance, how much money you have, period. Because if it's no coin, no paper money, all money got to be virtual. And then they know how much money you have. And of course, they can stop it with just a press of a button.
And when retail shops, bank branches, and businesses like laundromats shuttered their doors, America's metaphorical piggy bank quickly started to run dry. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell told Congress in June.
What's happened is that with the partial closure of the economy, the flow of coins through the economy has gotten all
bullshit.
It's
So
kind
what
of
about the flow of this is bullshit right here. Just coins? Come on, people. Why would you believe this? This is a 100% foolishness they're giving the masses. Just a way to
Bullshit.
bring virtual money. That's all.
stopped.
Now you might see signs like this. Major retailers asking you to pay with a card because they can't give you change.
There you go, people, because they can't give you change. There you go right there, people. What you think? And Kroger's is a big part of it, people. Don't worry about it. Their grocery store in your neighborhood, don't trust them people. They're owned by the government. The same people who own Walmart. And of course, they also got their own
We
brand.
know it.
Stay away from them people. They're 100% government people trying to destroy the people.
Kroger grocery stores, the change they owe you will instead be saved on your loyalty card, where you can round up to the nearest dollar, and that money will be donated to your local food bank. Some 7-Eleven stores are offering
7-Eleven, another coding again, people, and take a look at it. with the orange on it, all coding
To
for
a free
Freemasonry.
Slurpee if you trade in $5 in coins for $5 cash. Now, for many, this might not seem like a big deal, but for America's poorest citizens, every cent counts. And today, Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin said the federal government is trying to get more cold hard coinage into the market.
You believe them people? The federal government trying to get more coin into the they're the one who doing it, people. They're gonna run this psyop on you, let you believe that the coin gone short, and that's why they have to go paperless or so-called wire money. You understand? First they're gonna get rid of the coin, then they're gonna get rid of the paper. Just remember
As
that.
soon as possible.
We are working very closely with the Mint and the Federal Reserve on the coin shortage, and the Mint is working overtime.
Minnesota Congressman Pete Stauber is now calling on a PR campaign from the Treasury Department, hoping to jumpstart coin circulation.
Wow, and look what behind them people.
Hoping to jumpstart coins.
See that? That's not a coincidence. Why you see that fake character in the background with the cross on the chest? You better wake your ass up. All coding. And I told you, don't worship no idol on earth.
Circulation, you can do your part by paying with exact change or taking your coins to the bank to swap them for cash. Experts believe the problem will solve itself once the economy returns.
Wow,
With current
bullshit people as they show you this right. Orange for Freemasonry.
trends, that could be quite some time. And the way America does business may be changing forever.
I think what this is all going to do is it's going to further that process along, and we're going to see that cash transactions account for a much smaller proportion of.
Yes, that's a big old plan. And there you go, people. And I ask you again, since we know all the agenda from back, if you go and check all of my videos, you see the agendas building up to the new world order, people. Why you couldn't see it? You believe that all of this shit is happening by coincidence and it going the government way? The ways that the government want to keep you in a mental box. You believe that everything just happening by coincidence and going their way, going to their favor. The things that we predict right here on the Bitter Truth, if you believe that, you just dumb people. The whole thing is planned. They're going to get rid of the money, virtual money style. And I told you, that's the way they can control your money. Catch me on the run. I'm gone.
I'm gone.
Yep. So that means you know what's next, Bob. We can't drive cars because they hold the coronavirus. You can't own a gun because it's made out of metal. It holds the coronavirus. You can't have a bullet. You can't have a knife. You can't have a fork or a spoon. Everything's got to be made out of plastic. You can't have a bicycle because it's made out of metal. You won't even be able to ride the bus no more. But they'll gladly shelter you off in a FEMA truck, though.
It's full of formaldehyde. Oh, Rich. There's so many things going on all at one time. We got 619 tube me. Cheers, long time. Hope you're well. Yep, doing very well. How you doing? I'll drop the link if anyone wants to come on up and join me and Rich. I see that Carl Sagan debunked the flat earth years ago with nothing but a piece of cardboard.
I thought you'd like that one.
Yeah.
I read that one. And I was like, I remember that back in the day. That was hilarious. Here, I'll prove it with a piece of paper. Watch. He was like, watch. And I sat there for like half an hour watching. I was like, wow, this guy's got a valid point. Holy cow.
Yep.
But at the same time, though, I've got some pretty compelling video where you can see the sun and our moon going through the clouds with clouds behind it. Now it's pretty crazy. Sun and our moon going through the clouds with.
Yeah, that's my fault. Sorry about that. I thought it was your mic at first.
I thought it was mine too. That's why I hurried up and muted. I was like, "Oh no, no, no!"
Yeah. There you go, Smurfer girl. There's no working heliocentric model. The heliocentric.
Dun dun dun.
Yep.
No, honestly, it doesn't matter if it's a tidal wave, an earthquake, a rock from space, if you believe that, or whatever. Something big's coming.
Yeah. I mean, we're setting up for war. Plus, we're being attacked from all angles daily. And we're fed all this bullshit daily.
Hey, but is that just before they create war? They create havoc and distractions. That's usually how it starts. Is you're distracted. It's like, no, look over here, and then they come and get you from behind with war.
Right.
Next thing you know, you're at war, and you don't even know how it happened. You're just doing it.
Well, we are at war. People just don't know it. War has been declared on us. The people. 619. We live in a bubble underwater. Biometric tracking systems are almost complete. Probably already complete.
Trying to get the rest of us like me. They got the cow magnets because they don't work on us. We cow magnets them out.
Well,
Ever
that's
tried
why you
those
need to be
things,
checked.
Bob?
What's
You
that?
ever tried those? Those cow magnets?
Yeah, I have some.
Yeah, I got 2 of them. I put one in each pocket, and I'll tell you right now, it's like I'm allergic to bee stings and wasps, and I got tagged with the wasp last week, a little baby one, and it hit me in my middle finger, the one I tell everybody's number 1, and it usually swells up. So I grabbed both my magnets, and I just grabbed one of my little my ponytails that was on my chin from my beard, and I wrapped it around my finger and left it on there all day. And guess what happened? It went away. It usually swells up, and I usually have to go to the hospital, and if I don't have my shot, and my wife was grabbing the shot, and I told her, well, just hold off for a little bit. And she's like, no, you've got like 20 minutes after a wasp sting, and you start getting dizzy, and we have problems. I'm like, well, I'm doing all right. And I had that thing wrapped around my finger, both of the magnets. I just reversed the polarities on them. I flipped them around, put one on one side, one on the other, and I left it there for about 3 hours. And after the first hour, I knew I was going to be all right because I wasn't feeling dizzy. And sure enough, the next day, all the swelling went away. All it's got is like 2 little bite marks. One's a sting and one's a bite. And that's it. And it's 2 things. It's either the magnets that did it, or it was the wasp was just too small to do any damage. But I've been snagged by little wasps before where they've made my whole arm swell all the way down from my finger down to my elbow. And I had to go to the doctors, and I did not like it, dude. They had to give me some kind of, it was weird. It was like a anti-venom. It wasn't the anaphylactic one that I take. It was like anti-venom, and it sped up my heart, and I did not like what they did. Oof. That was like 4 years ago. That was some crazy stuff. I never want to ever do that again. I don't like it putting nothing in me.
Do you ever try taking anything natural for it? I know there's natural remedies for like snake bites and stuff.
I'm sorry, bro. I totally did not hear any of that. It just, you just buffered on me. I guess I'm got a bad signal or something. I didn't hear what you said.
When you get bit, you take a shot?
When I get bit, I have a anaphylactic shot that I have to pound in the top of my front leg, my biggest muscle in my leg. And these new ones are weird because they got like a little, they talk to you. And I had to do one 5 years ago because I got stung by a bee. And when I get stung by a bee, I've got 10 minutes. If I don't do it in 10 minutes, my throat swells up. I'm allergic to bees. And when I stuck it in my leg, it says, gonna inject in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm like, really? You're gonna tell me this? Really? I need, just stick it in me already, okay? Stupid machine. So it injects it in you, and what happens is it's like, I don't know, it would be like drinking an energy drink like a Red Bull and it hitting you before it even went down your throat. That's what it does. It's like an adrenaline shot, is all it is. That's the only way I can explain it. It's what it did to me. It got me so going. My heart went so fast that I was literally like, okay, I don't like this feeling, but whatever it did, it just worked the venom right out of my body and I was good. But I've had episodes years ago where I got stung. I barely made it to the hospital and they had to literally put an IV in my arm and shoot that stuff in me. And I was like passing out, fading. I mean, I was already fading. I was seeing stars. I was just fading. But it's just, it's crazy. I don't know. I don't know if the wasps are getting weaker and because there's not hardly any bees out here anymore. You know, I haven't really had any episodes except for 4 years ago when I got stung by a little wasp. My hand really swelled up. But yeah, this last time, just last week, I got stung right here on my finger and I two magnets around it. And lo and behold, I'm fine. I didn't have to take a shot. It didn't affect me. So I'm going to do a lot more research on these magnets because there's something to do with these magnets. These magnets do wonders. I don't know what it is. It's the Morgellons. I don't know. That could be real too.
I hear you. Smurfer Girls also says, eat raw honey. That'll eliminate your allergy, but it would take a while, like 6 months.
Yeah, we get honey over here from the neighbor. The neighbor's like, what is it? It's like 3 roads over. They have their own beehive. I get it through him. I just go up to him, offer some cash, and I get it. It's good. I mean, you eat a spoon of it a day. I mean, you know, I drink coffee. I don't use sugar. I just put a big old spoon of honey in my coffee. That's my sugar. You wouldn't believe it. People don't understand that. Oh no, you need sugar in coffee. No, you don't. You don't. You could use honey. It tastes just as good, if not better. And you put it in your coffee, and you're good. Even though coffee's not the best for you, but you know what I mean. To each their own, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Almost nobody was allergic to anything until Big Pharma took hold 1 century ago.
Yep, that is correct.
Yeah.
And I honestly believe once they get this crypto BS going, where everybody's going to have to, have a card or a chip or something to do money, that's where you're going to start seeing it's going to be like a black market, but for barter and trade. They're going to start hunting people down who are hiding food and trading it to other people for goods and necessities. There'll be somebody that, there'll be somebody that hoards whatever, clothes, socks, underwears, whatever, but they need food. They don't have cryptocurrency, and vice versa. Somebody don't have cryptocurrency, got a heck of food, but they need clothes. Just do a barter and trade. I think that's going to be the next criminal activity. Is something that's so simple that we do now is eventually going to be outlawed. Isn't that crazy?
It is crazy.
Yeah, she's right. It doesn't matter if you read the Bible or not. They're going to push it in your face. They're going to make it to where you need to have it or else. So if you guys can, anybody who's watching right now, if you guys can get silver or gold, that's going to be the trade-off right there.
Silver and gold and all kinds of stuff for bartering.
You, Bob, they're going to be coming after you for your little goodies, your little jars of your goodies.
I know.
They're going to come after you. They're going to say, "Oh, sir, that's what you got right there. That's contraband. Come with us, sir."
Not FDA approved.
Yeah, I'm sure you can give them something that's FDA approved.
Yeah, I can. I can do that. They seem to be getting away with this, Rich. I don't see it getting any better at all. Did you see that video I was playing earlier with the Grandmaster J?
I might have been up on the roof doing the sun.
It's a NFAC. It's a Not Fucking Around Coalition. That's what it's called.
Oh, yeah. That guy who was ranting out up there earlier. Yeah. I got the latter half of it. I was just like, wow,
Crazy,
this guy was
right?
on a rant. So that's a channel of his.
He's actually the leader of this movement, and he's calling on all his people from around the world, naming off all the countries, and then he's going on these other TV radio shows. Why can't we get on a TV radio show?
That's a good question, bro. Would you really want to, though, man? I mean, seriously? Bullseye on your back.
Exactly, but it's not just that. I don't have that in me. You know what I mean? I can do my part, but to be a leader of a
Yeah, that's a
But
lot of that's a lot of responsibility. Like what was that movie, Cheech and Chong? Responsibility is a heavy responsibility.
but just standing up when we should be standing up too. We should be like just all of us standing up together because we're all in the same shit. It has nothing to do with race or anything. You know what I mean? The puppeteers, they may be white, but that doesn't mean that the citizens are, you know what I mean? Evil like
But
the
see, that's
scumbag.
I know what you mean, but you got to think, and I'm not being racist, and nobody take this racist, but they've been pushed into that corner way sooner than we have. So they've
Yeah.
literally they're used to it. So their skin has already been toughened to it. That's why they're able to come out the way they are. Us as people, we've been, what's the lack of a better word? We've been babied because we've been privileged and they have not. So they have to stand when we ever thought about doing it. So now
Right.
we're reluctant to want to. The first person is that can actually do something is going to be more reluctant to want to step forward and do something compared to them. They already have their leaders. They've already got their coalitions. They've already got their little groups. They're ready to rock and roll. All they're waiting for is for the drop of the flag, and they're ready to go. They've already showed it. Us, we have everything. We just don't have the leadership behind it to guide the masses because honestly, do the math, the masses outweigh what all the UN and everything. I mean, just think about it, Bob. The amount of people we have in the United States alone, it that like I've said this before, the ones that have the registered, what's in their names, right there is 8 million. Okay, now you multiply that. I'm just being conservative. Multiply that by 9, and the 9 that you multiply it by, that's the ones that they worry about. That's the ones that they lose sleep over. Those are the people that have the same capabilities, so to speak, but they don't let people know that they have it. That's what scares them. That's what they're looking for. They're looking for that little crease to find them and get them. Once they get them, then the rest of the ones that would do it legitimately, they just come knocking at your door going, "We know you got it, just hand it over or else." And what are they going to do? There's no leadership behind that because they're following the rules. They've literally role obsolete when you follow the rules. You don't need it. See what I'm
Yeah.
saying? That's the way that's just my opinion on it. It's not a fact. That's just my opinion. I'm just throwing it out there.
Makes sense. Hmm. It would just be nice to see us all stand against the tyranny.
I would be the programmer of those digital guillotines and unprogram them and
Mm,
program them to, you know, kind of swing the favor to our side.
yep.
I'm just trying to keep it not so. I'm trying to keep it nonchalant, Bob, so you don't get whacked with anything.
Yeah, I know.
Too, too many listeners on this channel that don't belong.
Me too. Trying to word it. You can only say so much here on ScrewTube.
Yep, you might want to do like I did. I'm looking into. I follow you on D Live, but you don't have nothing on your channel yet. You
Yeah.
need to learn to drop. You need to learn to drop something on D Live. I got my nephew knows this computer stuff. I'm gonna when he gets back from being over at mom's, I'm gonna hit him up and ask him how to do it. What's that other one? Um, um,
Discord.
No, well, I got that too, but I haven't figured that one out. That one's kind of weird. There's also Zoom, but Zoom is like more like a conversation. But I'm talking about like to post stuff. It's called BitChute. That's what it's called. It's called BitChute. I got an account with BitChute. I got an account with DLive. I got 3 channels here on ScrewTube, and then there's one called the NewTube. It's called TheNew Tube. It's called the new tube. It's just like YouTube, but it's called the new tube. I don't know who owns it, but I've seen a couple little like snippets of certain people that have it, and they talk about how they have it. I want to look it up and try to get an account on that. There was another one. I forget what it was. It was somebody else. I think it's called Float. I think it's called Float. I think it's called Float, but that I think you have to have a pretty powerful computer to run Float, and I don't have the best electronic to do that. So I believe that's yeah, yep. And I think that's the reason that I'm not able to do what I can do on DLive because I've tried, but it keeps telling me that for some reason software is not compatible with what they're asking, and I'm just waiting until my nephew comes back, and I'm gonna hit him up because he's a computer geek. Just gonna hit him up and say, hey, how do you do this? I'm just gonna play stupid. Hey, how do you do this? My hands are tied. I don't know how to do this. Help me out here. So maybe he'll help me out.
Or something.
And if yeah, I use Google Chrome. Yeah. Yeah, I use Google Chrome and it's not working. I believe it has to do. I think I don't have enough memory on the computer.
Yeah.
The phone's not the best either, even though it's a newer phone. It don't have no 250 gigs like the computer got. So, and I think that's not enough either. I would literally probably have to reboot the whole computer and empty it completely out and make it start as a brand new computer just to get it to work. But that's what I got to do. I'm thinking about it because this screw tube is really the algorithms. I've literally been putting out some pretty good sunsets and sunrises, and what was it, last month I was getting 10, 20 views. I'm now only getting 1, 2. That's it. It's like I'm totally been thrown dirt on top of, like, hey, nope, you can't even see the sunrise. Nope, you don't get to.
Believe me, I know. I know.
I mean, it's no big deal. I'm not in this. Like I said, I don't make any money. I don't put any advertisement. And if you see an advertisement, Bob, on one of my things, you let me know, because I've had one person hit me up like about a year ago, said, hey, I thought, you weren't monetized and there's a commercial on your thing. And sure enough, I went on my wife's computer and logged in as her account and watched it, and it had a commercial on there. So I wrote a nice little nasty to him and said, get that off of my my channel. I didn't give you permission to do that. And I screenshotted to him where I put on there, I do not want commercials, nothing monetized. And sure enough, within about 4.5 to 5 hours, they removed that commercial. Didn't give me an apology. They just took it off. But then I started thinking, how much money did they make on that? How much money did they make on that? And at the same time, they're discrediting me because I sit there and say, hey, I don't monetize and I don't do commercials. But then all of a sudden, one of my videos comes up with a commercial. That makes me look like I'm a liar. That's not cool.
Yep. But you definitely want to reach people, because the more people you reach, the more people you can expose the truth to, the more people you can wake up. But nope.
I'm not one of those. What do you call them? I'm not a fan of that. What's that called? I call it that fake book and the tweaker.
Mm-hmm.
I got my own names for those things. I've stayed away. Since I've been on the internet, I've never had an account with those two companies or anything like that. No chit chat or ticky tacks or anything like that. None of them things. Stayed away from all that stuff, and I'm glad I have. I heard that all those places are Troville.
They're everywhere.
That's what I was going to ask you. So, how's your garden? Banging or what?
Garden's doing very well. Got plenty of zucchini I've been harvesting, and yellow squash, cucumbers, tomatoes, and hundreds of green beans. It's crazy.
Oh man, don't even say that. I love when we were doing the green bean thing. We would just sit there and just snap them, and I would just raw. I wouldn't even. I would just sit there and just munch on them like a carrot. Be done with them. I come in the house, my wife would look. She goes, "That's it." Yeah, she'd ask me point blank, "That's it? That's all they made?" And I'd be like a mouthful of green beans, just chewing away, going, "Mm-hmm, yep, mm-hmm." She'd be all mad, going, "You ate all the green beans. What's wrong with you?"
Yeah, that's why I did 6 bushes. So I have plenty.
That's
They
quite
all
a
did
bit.
very well.
Yeah, I believe it. I saw your garden. It was at first it was it was just like mine. It was stunted, but once that second video you showed, man, that thing was banging. It was man, your zucchinis and squash were up to your knee, and everything else was just following. I could just imagine by now. It's hecka tall. It's probably halfway up, probably half as tall as you, if not as tall as you.
Well, some of them were going over the fence for sure, but I took the bigger leaves out because they were turning yellow and stuff. So I just keep up on trimming out with the old so the new can grow.
Yeah, that's you should do a video on it. Some people don't realize that. And that can hinder your crop too. Your production. You get that dead off of there and you let that new grow, and you don't realize how good of your garden just goes bam, and you're like, oh wow, got double out of nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll probably do a little short video tomorrow. Show the garden and the shed I almost completed. I got 2 gallons of paint for it and ran out.
Oh, that's right. You were saying you were going to do a shed in the corner. That's right. I forgot all about that.
Yeah. I was gonna videotape, but I didn't. I just went at it. And I took some pictures during the progress, so I might slap something together. I think it's built like a house, I'll tell you that. 16 on center. What?
16 on center?
Yeah, most sheds you get are like every 2 feet, you put the beams.
Yeah, they do them 24 inches.
Right.
Yeah, 16 on center. That's the best way to do it. That's solid.
Yeah.
That's what you want right there.
Yeah, it's solid. That's for sure. Yep.
Too bad you couldn't dig a little tunnel underneath to the house. Be like a little getaway if you had to. They come breaking in your house, or somebody come, raiding your house. They want to come get you for the asylum. They're taking you in. You just pop out the storage shed and take off. Say later.
Yeah. Get some steel plates.
No doubt, huh? Line it with steel plates, so if they think they're gonna be smart and shoot, it ain't gonna do nothing.
Yeah.
Won't even go through it. Nice. Good thinking. That's yeah.
Yep. It's that little cross you need. That little window, I mean. You know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
Yep.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yep. Yeah. I've been doing a little plinking with that thing that I got for Father's Day. That thing's fun. Let me tell
You're
you.
a pro at it now, right?
Getting a lot better.
I bet.
I dialed it to where it's a lot farther now. I'm a lot more accurate farther. I had it ranged like 35, 40 yards. I've got it now to 60 yards and I'm dead on. It's pretty nice. I think I might make a video next week. Just go 60 yards back and shoot. Just to show, it's on. But I know this.
How far
The
can you
coyotes
go
that
though?
have been around. The coyotes. I shot at a coyote before I sighted in 2 weeks ago. I shot at a coyote right when you got penalized. I shot at a coyote that was on our canal bank. Well, it's our personal canal bank on our property. It's a little private one where we open up the valves. And it was 80 yards away, and I missed it by 4 inches. So I had to readjust it and calibrate it for it because I didn't think about it. And by the time I did the measurements, it was 80 yards away. And I just literally missed it. It went right underneath its belly. If it would have went up 4 inches more, I would have got it right by its lungs or its belly, and I would have got it for sure. But it's been lingering out here at night. It just, comes through, and I could be literally here in the computer room, and I can just hear it walking out here, and I'll go outside, and I'll see a shadow run through it. I'm like, darn it, you know. But saw it in the middle of the day 2 weeks ago,
Careful
and
out there.
took a crack at it. So
That's cool.
but yeah, I dialed it in now. Now if it's that far, it's gonna have some problems.
Well, you gotta be careful on your walks.
Yeah, I carry the little headlamp on my head now. Now it's like bring that with me with the headlamp. If I hear something, I'll turn the headlamp on and handle it.
Yep.
It's no big deal. It's no big deal now. That headlamp I got's crazy. It's just one little light bulb and it lights up. Shoot, half my field. It's crazy. This little tiny little one little tiny LED will light up half of the ramp all the way down the driveways. And I'm crazy. I'm almost afraid to wear it on my head, wondering, okay, what's this thing doing in my brain?
Wow. Paris, how you doing? Much love. Are you working?
That's a good one.
No.
I'll be back. Arnold Schwarzenegger.
David says the clock can't tick fast enough. It's bomb time. Debbie's working.
These people on here in the U.S. Is Paris from the U.S. or is she from overseas? Like Paris. Paris is from here or is she from the overseas?
Where you from, Paris? I forget.
Where you from, Paris?
He's from here, though.
He's from here, though.
Okay.
I just don't remember what state.
And then you got Debbie Carson. I think she's from the U.S. And Smurfer Girl, whatevs. Where are you from?
Arnold is not our team. Is he really? Smurfers, Kentucky.
Okay, so Kentucky. Okay, so she's your time zone then, I believe. So she's like you, like 1:27 or 1:26 in the morning.
Yep, 1:26 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Oh, Corona Hills. How could I forget that?
Corona Hills. How could I
I know.
She's from California, Corona Hills. Oh, you're killing me, Paris. You're killing me. Oh my goodness.
Smurfers is not even.
She's like me. It's what is it? It's night is young, children.
Yeah.
1:30. Jeez. Yeah, those were the days. Days where you just stay up, party all night until the sun come up, and then you decided, oh, it's bedtime now.
Yeah, Corona Hills. That's crazy, right?
Yeah. You know how it is, Bob. You remember that when we were kids, I'm sure, because you've had all them hot rods. You go hot rodding all night long. You don't stop until the sky started to turn blue and the sun would come up, crack past those mountains. You'd be all, oh, I got to get home.
Yep.
They'd have that shift change. 5-0 would have that shift change, and you wouldn't want those morning guys. Those guys are crabby. They like to pull you over. Yeah, they like to pull you over in the morning. Like, sir, your eyes are a little red. Have you been drinking? No, sir. I've been up all night. What have you been doing? Oh, just driving. Not really telling them that you've been like racing down the back roads you're not supposed to be doing. You can only just see the smoke going off the back because you just got done doing a burnout and there's rubber all over the quarter panels. Good old days when gas was 80 cents, 90 cents a gallon. Oh my goodness. Where did the days go?
Gone. They were actually good old days. No joke.
Yeah, I know. Those were the good old days. It was fun. Nothing like it. There wasn't a care in the world. You'd come home. I don't know about you, but where I lived, Pops never locked the door. I just walk right on in. It was no big deal. If I came home like 6 in the morning, the door was unlocked. I didn't have to knock on the door to ask to come in. Door was unlocked. That's how it was back in the day. You could leave your screen door unlocked. You didn't have to worry, vanquishing the family. So now, totally different ball game.
Yep. That sucks, Paris. I've been told to sell my house and move to the town further, as when the coronavirus started, people were concerned that my house value would go down, and I think they're right. I don't know. It was already down before that, I believe.
I would keep, if you own your house and you're out in the country, Paris, I wouldn't get rid of it. I'd keep it. If it's paid for, keep it.
Yep. Where are we going to move anyway, Paris? Because of coronavirus?
Gosh, I hope not. No.
Been told to move to town further. Mm.
Oh, hey, Bob, have you seen that or even had a chance to see that comet? That Neowise, I think it's called. Neowise, whatever it's called.
No, but is that the massive asteroid?
They
I
say
see
it's a
something.
comet. They say it's a comet. And I caught it the other night, but it's kind of grainy. The still shot got it, and I can see it with binoculars, and you can see the tail on it. It almost looks like, if you ever seen Halley's Comet, it looks kind of just like that. It's kind of weird. It's almost like you think you're seeing Halley's Comet. We probably are. They're just lying to us.
When do you get it? Last
Let's
night?
see.
Oh.
Hold on. It was, what's today? Today's the 20th, 1980. It was either the 17th or the 18th I got it. I have not posted it because I'm debating on whether I'm going to post it because it was real grainy. I got the good still shot. I got the still shot of it where you can literally see it in the center of the screen. You can see it, and you can see the tail coming off of it. It goes upwards, up and to the right. But as for the video wise, I don't have the best camera with the cell phone, and you try to zoom in. The more you zoom in with the cell phone, I don't know if you know this or not, it gets real pixelated and grainy. And the farther out you zoom, the clearer it is, but you can't see squat. So it's kind of like, what are you going to do?
Yep. That's where mine is. My phone.
Yeah, that's what you're watching, I believe. I think that was morning's.
That was your last video.
Yeah, that was this morning's sky view, and then right after that, the sunrise. And the sunrise used to be the tree on the left of the pine tree that's dying, and now it's literally going right up against the pine tree. It's kind of crazy. So that's like what I was saying. It's already as it rises, it's rising more and more southerly than it should be. It should still be. See, like that's supposed to be Venus. That's the thing that we were always looking at for a long time when the sun was setting. Now it's on the opposite side of the planet, facing the sun up. It's like kind of like, are you kidding me? And you got them little pinkers up there that just they happen to hang around all day, and during the morning I just see those. They just sit there and they don't do anything. They just change color as it's coming up. So right there, that tree to the right that you see to the right, there's a dead one. The one right next to it is where it's coming up, and it shouldn't be. It should be to the bushy one that's really low to the left. of the picture. I'll show you here in a second. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking at it right now. I think I'm up to speed. Let me see here.
That was a dead one,
A little
right?
bit more to the left. A little bit more to the left. There you go. Right there is where it rises, but it should be at that other bushy tree where that little dish was. Right there, that bushy tree right there. It should be rising right there until August. Now it's right there. That little tiny mountain cap on the right hand side, right up in the corner of the screen, is when it pops. You'll see when it pops up. It's kind of crazy. I'm noticing that I'm having to move different spots because I've got marks on the roof of my house for every time of the certain times of the year. I have to move my tripod to 3 different spots to get it. There it is. See how it's rising right there next to the pine tree?
Mm-hmm.
It should not be doing that. It should be all the way to the left of your screen, up against the other tree, and it should be there until August. So it's already headed south. That's what I'm trying to say. And I usually say this in my videos. I get this almost every single day. It's just, ugh. It's frustrating because I'm seeing what it's doing to my trees, dude. It's not right. It's tricking the trees. They're not responding correctly like they did the first couple of years we had them. They were normal, and now they're not normal. They're making flowers at the end of February when they should have been doing it at the end of March like they're supposed to, and then I'm supposed to harvest at the end of September, beginning of October. Now I'm not. Now I'm going to have to be going next month. I'm going to have to call in the shaker probably like the 15th through the 20th of August, which is not supposed to happen. And if I'm not mistaken, probably 80% of the people are going to be like that. And if you don't grab the machine and reserve it, there's only so many machines around here to go around. You're going to have to wait your turn. That's what the bummer is right there.
Hmm. I think it moves pretty fast, actually. Like it moves and stops and it moves.
Yeah, and it also goes to the. Do you notice that it goes to the on all my videos? It shoots to the right angle, even when it sets. It's set to the right angle. Like it should go. Shouldn't it go straight up? Right. When I
Yeah.
was a kid, it went straight up. It did not come up and then bury itself into that tree to the right. That's what it's doing. It'll go up and to the right. It like got a right angle. It's like a right pitch to it. I don't get it.
Mm.
Then I throw the filter on it, and that didn't work too good. It just depends on how much chemicals that they sprayed over there by Nevada. They spray a lot. I get a nice clear shot, but I usually got to have the filter the whole time. But if it's a little murky, like hazy, I can get away with no filter and just get it straight up, which I kind of like it hazy, even though I know what it is that they sprayed up there, but it gives me a better vantage point of what's going on with it. I can see it a lot better where it comes up on the caps of the mountains, and I can tell how fast it's traveling, where it's going to be the next day. So I can pretty much keep track of it.
Hmm.
I honestly feel lucky because I get to be on the roof of my house and I don't have to worry about the landlord kicking my because I am the landlord. So I get to look at this kind of stuff and a lot of people don't get this privilege. They live in the city and they have buildings in the way or trees or the neighbor's house and whatnot and this and that, and they don't get to see the sun literally, well, the light. They don't get to see this light and they don't get to see this light until it's like, 7:30, 8 o'clock. And by then you don't get the yellowish orange look that we remember when we were like right there in the distance, that yellow orange that we remember when we were kids. As soon as it gets up a little bit higher, about halfway up the tree, it changes and it's done. It's no longer that color. The rest of the day, It's just a LED light bulb.
White and powerful.
Yep. And a lot of these, like my garden, for some reason, my pepper plants this year did not like it. I only have 2 of them left out of 6. They did not like it this year. I think I'm going to start planting them this next year. I'm going to, if there is a next year to plant, I'm going to do them behind the tomato plants so that they only get half sun for half the day. So I put them pretty much out in the bare sunlight, like it says. The instructions say, put direct sunlight the whole day as much as you can, and that's what I did. And it's kind of like, don't follow the instructions. Yeah, yeah, you get the yellow sun, but then you get the white sun later.
Yeah. The yellow sun is probably okay, full sun. But yeah, I hear you. My peppers didn't do so good either. They're still, none of them died, but they're just not. A couple of them are still small. They're not really
Yeah,
getting big. All the
yeah,
other plants are growing crazy, but the peppers, no.
yeah. The tomato plants are doing good. The zucchini's doing good. The squash, my onions are unbelievable, dude. They're the size of oranges. They're big this year, you know. But like, it's just like you said, my pepper plants. Out of the ones that I planted, only 2 of them lived, and one's a yellow pepper. It's a yellow. No, it's not a yellow. It's a banana pepper. That's what it's called. The other one is a purple bell pepper, and both of them are like little tiny dwarf things that are about 15 inches off the ground, and that's it. When they should be up to my knees, putting out big old vegetables on there for me, and they're not. So I guess I'm gonna have to not follow the directions this next time around and put them more shaded so they don't get so much sunlight and don't get burnt. Live and learn, I guess. But I never remember it being like that. You've seen the pictures I've showed you of my garden before.
Yep.
I mean, that was just out in the middle of the open. They would never got shade, and they did beautiful. That's the same garden that I'm planting in right now, and I've got the garden half the size, and everything's not really living, and the dirt's fertile. So I don't know.
Well, I did some pepper plants behind my eggplant, so they're not total full sun, and they're still not doing good. But I got like one row that's full sun and another row it's not, and they're both the same.
Well, that's good to know. At least I know I'm not the only one that's having that problem with the pepper plants. I thought it was just maybe me. I wasn't doing it right.
Oh, come on, you know what you're doing.
Yeah, I know. I just don't like to conspiratize too much, and oh, I know it's this. I know it's that. I know what it is. It's just I don't know. I need to go back to my I should have just put my heirloom seeds in, but I just want to try something different this year. I wanted to try those banana peppers, and those purple ones were new, and I really liked them, and should have known better.
Gotta start them earlier, maybe. And
Yep, that's what I was thinking too. I should have put them in the ground before. They should have been the first things in the ground because it was still, not 100-degree heat. Instead, I go dropping it in. There was like 90 degrees, and then it hit hundreds this past month. So they were like, no, because the tomatoes love that. They love that heat.
Oh, Smurfer, you got squash beetle eggs on the zucchini leaves.
Hydrogen peroxide in a squirt bottle. You put it's it's like you do it's a 1 to 10 ratio. So if you put 1 tablespoon of hydrogen peroxide, you put 10 tablespoons of water, and you fill it up like that in a squirt bottle, and do it at nighttime when after the light goes away and it's dark. Spray under the leaves and on top of the leaves, and it'll mess those eggs up. And if you start seeing them hatch, then the worst case scenario is go there at nighttime with the headlamp and scrape them off and pop them and kill them. That's what I would do, because once they start hatching, those things are a pain. They suck to get rid of.
She has neem oil.
Yeah, but the neem oil really, it'll suffocate the eggs if you do it strong enough. But if you do it too strong with the neem oil, you can actually hurt the plant, because the plant has the hairs, the stomatas that breathe through the plant. And if you cake those on too much, you can actually, it's detrimental to the plant. All plants are like that, actually.
Well, I haven't had no trouble with that. I just had the Japanese beetles. They like the cherry tree. And I got rid of them by hand.
You got to remove those by hand?
Yeah, it's the Japanese beetles. It's like, that's why I don't grow strawberries, because they love strawberries too, and I got tired of them.
Wow, I've never had those out here.
See, the best way is just do it by hand. Get a little cup of soap water, and just boom, 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 dump them in there. That's what I did on a tree. Because they just sit there. I put the cup under the leaf, and I tap the leaf, they fall in. I go to the next one, put the cup under it, tap the leaf, it falls in.
Huh. Yeah, I've never really had that problem with the Japanese beetles over here. We don't have that. I don't know if it's maybe we got just certain predators out here that take care of it. We did have this year, I did not record it, I should have. We had an excessive amount of praying mantises out here this year. That could have been it. I don't know if that's part of their diet. I need to look that up. What they eat. It's got to be something that, because they say when you get like a predator bug, it's here for a reason, because there's food. Like if you have spiders and you look at the webs and there's like little white flies and black gnat flies and there's regular, house flies and they're in there, that's because they're eating their food. It's like, I need to look up what praying mantises would be doing out here in the hordes, unless it's just one of those odd years when, how they're having with the locust swarms. Maybe they just hatched and came out in the hundreds.
I haven't even seen that many praying mantises.
Ooh, those cicadas. My wife used to, when she was a little girl. She lived in Oklahoma, and the cicadas, she used to freak out on those things. They come out of the ground and crawl up the trees, and they shed their skin or whatever, and then mate, and then go back in the ground and lay their eggs and just be gone. Creepy looking things.
They are too, if you get a good look at them.
Yeah, I've gotten a good look at those things before. They're ugly. They just, they're not from this planet. They're not from here. They're from somewhere else. They're migrants from somewhere else. They don't belong here.
What? I love the skins. I stick them in my hair. Freak people the heck out. Crazy. But I guess I'm gonna call it a night, Rich. It's almost 2 a.m.
All right. Sounds good.
Gotta get up fairly early. But I'll be on tonight again.
Yeah.
I've been
right.
busy all the way up till even when it's dark. I've been using like the light on my drill. You know what I mean? To do the last final couple screws.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do to get the job done. You know.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Smurfer girl, whatevs. Good night. Night, Bob. I'm gonna have to say Darlene, Paris, Debbie Carson's. I don't know if Buried actually still here. If gosh, what was his name again? From Washington. Goodness. That's what I get. Been a long day for me.
Yeah.
6192 me.
Steven? Paris saying my husband Steven saying hi. Hello, Steven.
Hey, Steven.
Or is it Stefan?
Have a good night.
It might be Stefan. I don't know.
I think it's Stefan. Yeah, Stefan. Hey, Stefan. Have a good night, brother. Jenny 867 5309.
He still needs to wake up.
Yeah. What was it? Navy Dogs. That's who it was. It was Navy Dogs.
Right. Yep.
That's right. He might still be listening. So, all right, everyone. Good night. Have a good one. Thanks for letting me come up here, Bob. I appreciate it.
Always welcome, Rich. You know that.
Right on. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'll sorry about all them emails, but that was a gathering of about a week since you've been off. I've been just shooting them to you.
No, it's all good.
So yeah,
Check
if you
them
see
out, too.
something that you know you've already got, or if it's like too far back to worry about, I don't mind. You just discard it. We'll just go with the recent. You know what I mean? Not
Well,
a
yeah,
big deal.
I also didn't know what people already saw and what was already covered and everything because I was been gone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I didn't know where I was really at, except for boom, what I showed earlier.
All right, brother. Have a good one. Everybody have a good night.
You too, Rich. Take care. Much love.
All right. Thanks, bro.
Yep. We'll see you later.
All right.
Peace out. I want to thank everybody too. Pronounced Stephen like in the Bible. Good night. Much love to everybody. Stay safe. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Paris. Surfer Girl. Debbie Carson. Richard Borba, of course. I don't know who all is still here. I see a lot of Smurfer Girl conversation. Good night, everybody. I'm going to get some rest and I'll be on again tonight. We'll be back at it. So hope to see you all here. Warner Racer. Thank you too. You have a great night also. Debbie Carson with the GG. Gorilla Glue. All right. I'll see you all tonight, everyone, all right? Take care. If you have any links, just send them to my email or bring them with you and drop them in the chat, and we'll share them. Okay. Have a good night, everybody. And thank you all. Thanks, Paris. Much love. You're welcome. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Okay, we'll see you all tonight.